welcome to another episode of the Music Mondays podcast. It's your boy Zom Slays. I'm your host, and I hope you're well. I hope you're chilling. Let's fucking get it, baby. This is episode 107. We're all having a fine Monday evening. I know I'm chilling. I feel like these weeks have been fucking flying by, but at the same time, I've had so much content to get through that it kind of makes sense, but still, I feel like everything is like moving hella fucking fast. But let's get it, chat. So you guys know the drill. We're gonna go through some updates. We're gonna talk about what's going on in Music Mondays, and then we're gonna get into reactions and reviews. What's good, chat? I hope you're well. TDG, what's good? Mark, what's good? Entra, I hope you're well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What is going down, my friends? Also, expect new sub badges and a new Music Mondays logo for the chat. That's just something I haven't gotten around to yet. But let's fucking get it, my friends. So let's talk updates. Episode 106 of the Music Mondays podcast is live on all platforms. So huge shout out to anybody that has been showing love to the show and anybody that tuned in and submitted last week. I hope you're well. And thank you for showing love. And huge shout out to anybody that takes the Music Mondays podcast on the go. Our Spotify and Apple Podcasts and Google Podcast numbers are doing really well. So huge shout out to anybody that takes us on the go, and then anybody who is showing love to the YouTube channel as well. Of course, episode 106 is available there. But I think even the bigger thing that we can discuss is we finally hit 100 subscribers on the Music Mondays YouTube channel, which is fucking insane. I think we hit it earlier last week, but it, I didn't want to like immediately fucking announce it because I was like, like that like extra 100 is always like, there's people that drop off and they see 100, they're like, oh shit. But I think we're at like 104 or something like that now. So now I feel safe to speak on it. But huge shout out to anybody that subbed to the channel, anybody that shows love to the channel, man. That was only a year. We uploaded like probably close to like 300 videos, to be honest with you. It's really crazy, but it's not only the Music Mondays podcast, but things like Cyberfest, the exclusive segments. Ivica came on about halfway through 2022 towards the end, and the breakdown became a thing. So huge shout out to the staff as well. Like, it's definitely a big thing for the podcast, but we've branched out into so many other things, right? Like Feature Friday, Workshop Wednesday, the breakdown, like I said, exclusive segments. So the channel has come a long way, man. It really has, and we're totally like moving towards upgrading everything else as far as the channel goes. We have lots of ideas for stuff that's coming in 2023. Stuff like tutorials, guides, things like that, breakdowns, song breakdowns, that is. So I've been talking over with the staff for quite a while. So definitely expect some more different types of content along with the stuff that you're already used to. But again, shout out to everybody that subbed to the channel, man. Whether you just subbed, whether you've been subbed to the channel, I see all you guys, and the staff sees all you guys. So thank you. Let's fucking get it, baby. And I see you guys showing love in the chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out Cole, Entra. Let's fucking go, baby. But yeah, like, big W right there. Big W right there. So definitely cheers to 100. So, before we continue on, the Music Mondays YouTube channel actually has a brand new upload live right now where we discussed an interesting topic that really has to do with should you drop an album? And that's been something that I've been really trying to get out on the channel, and last week I finally took some time to really speak on it. But that is available on the Music Mondays YouTube channel right now. So if you didn't see that segment, definitely go check that out. That was a really important segment just because I saw a lot of like false information being tossed around as far as do's and don'ts of creating an album, this, that, and the third. So absolutely go check that out, because that was a segment that I had a couple people reach out to me about, and they were like, I wasn't too sure if I was gonna drop an album, but now I'm definitely gonna drop an album just because of the way that you put it. And that's why I do those talking segments, because there's no clear kind of guide or consensus for brand new artists or even established artists. Everybody's journey is different, but there are sort of tactics and tips and tricks that will help you with certain situations. So I tend to speak on more specific things and useful tips and questions that artists may have. So definitely go check that out, man, because that's another really good segment that will help people for many days to come. But that's on the channel. Go check that out. A brand new article is live on allmusicmondays.com by our brand new staff writer, Lord Heretic. Heretic, many of you know from the show, from him submitting, to be honest with you. Many of you know Heretic as an artist, but Heretic reached out to me and wanted to talk about the idea of becoming a writer. And we chopped it up for a bit. We tossed the idea around. We had a conversation. And then push came to shove. Heretic actually ended up getting his first piece in last week. And Heretic did a review on Planewalker's recent project, The Slaughterhouse at Billy B's. And if you haven't heard of Planewalker, that is a really insane alternative duo that I'm not even going to spoil. You definitely just need to go on the website and absolutely fucking check that out. And even if you're interested in Planewalker or Heretic's work, it's a great piece. It's very informative, but gets down to the point. We aren't in the section of organizations and media platforms that try to pillow and like soft coat a lot of our written pieces. And you guys know how the content is on the podcast, right? We don't really sugarcoat shit. So we try to get down to, really like the nitty gritty of things, but also be like really useful. You know what I mean? So that's what's good with that. And Mark just came through with a motherfucking 5-bomb. King fucking Mark, let's go. Holy shit. Mark getting us to the fucking sub goal. My lordy jordy, let's fucking go. Holy shit. Mark coming in with the motherfucking 5. Like, what the fuck, Mark? You're just coming through and just nailing the fucking sub goal like that? Let's fucking go, baby. Holy shit. Mark tossing through the fucking Subaroonies, man. That took way longer than I wanted. Let's fucking go, Mark. Thank you so much. Look who got the gifteds, man. Bunch of legends. Ryuki, all you guys. And we just nailed the fucking sub goal just like that, my friends. Let's fucking go. You got a sub. Make sure you show some love to Mark, man. You like, what the fuck? Mark just fucking came through and was like, alright, bet. Holy shit. Card expired on Amazon, had to update. This motherfucker, man. Let's fucking go, Mark. Thank you for supporting the stream, my friend. Let's fucking go. Mark's always coming through dropping bombs, man. Let's fucking get it. Cole's got hit the gas. I got you, baby. Blank thought, what's good? Hope you're well. Now go order a CD. This motherfucker. Let's get it, Mark. But Mark coming through with a 5 bomb. Smash the sub goal. We are 15 of 15. Let's fucking get it, baby. So, now that Mark fucking dropped the bomb in chat, we can continue on. Thank you so much, Mark. You motherfucker. I'll be talking to you after stream. So we talked about Heretics. Brand new article. Definitely go check that out. Underground Classics Volume 6 was curated by Deep Rest, our Music Monday staff curator. Now, if you don't know what Underground Classics is, that is a staff-only curated playlist where a staff member puts together a playlist each month of underground classics that they credit to bringing them into the scene, right? Whatever sparked their creative interest. A lot of, you know, older tracks, more classic tracks that are special to them. So Deep Rest curated Volume 6 of Underground Classics, and it's filled with a bunch of songs that Deep Rest credits to, giving them inspiration and really introducing them to the underground. So definitely go check out Volume 6. And that also has a brand new cover on it that I designed, so definitely go check that out. And huge shout out to Deep Rest, man. The Breakdown, Volume 4, is available on our YouTube channel as well, hosted by Ivica Glass. The Breakdown is a exclusive podcast segment that is hosted by Music Mondays, where Ivica sits down one-on-one with artists to chop it up about their recent releases, their recent albums, basically a one-on-one interview outside of the Music Mondays podcast and our other series. And The Breakdown, Volume 4, with Lil G Mills, is available right now on the Music Mondays YouTube channel. So if you missed that, definitely go check that out. Again, you know, that's another piece of really great content that we've done on the channel that is like, you know, really, really special, but I wanted the staff to have their own corner of things as well. So that's really a concept that Ivica and the rest of us came up with, and Ivica really just took and ran with, to be honest with you. And Ivica has been absolutely fucking killing it with the breakdowns. So if you miss any of the breakdowns, or you're interested in Lil G Mills in our latest episode, go check that out right motherfucking now. SoundCloud Sunday, Volume 68 dropped literally yesterday. If you missed SoundCloud Sunday, definitely go check that out. And make sure you share SoundCloud Sunday with all your friends. If you made it on SoundCloud Sunday, if you're looking to if you're looking to put people on, man, like if you're really looking to put people on, put them on to SoundCloud Sunday. Because I guarantee you there's a volume out of all 68 that somebody will definitely enjoy if they're looking for new underground music. And especially if you're an artist that made it on, definitely share that shit. Definitely share that shit for sure. But yeah, just realized SoundCloud Sunday been going for over a year. Yeah, SoundCloud Sunday, right, was one of our original ideas. That was something that I came up with very early in Music Mondays. That was something that I was like really familiar with as far as like curation and playlisting and shit. So that was easy, you know what I mean? That was like one of our first kind of content pieces we had ever came up with. So you're absolutely right. And it's came so far, man, because I think like our first couple editions, like half of them were the staff. It was a real drought back in like, you know, the early days, to be honest with you. So it came a long way, not only with submissions, but just the amount of artists that we've discovered as well. You know what I mean? So go check out SoundCloud Sunday, man. And if you're ever interested in submitting for SoundCloud Sunday, make sure you follow us on Twitter, all social media. You'll be able to get the latest updates on when submissions open for our weekly content. Fucking let's go, chat. Holy shit. So, last week we had a really good session where we had spoke about quite a few things, right? So this week we'll hop right into reactions and reviews and we won't keep anyone waiting, and we'll dive right in. So, um, most of you know the drill, but if you do not know the drill, and you're like, Zom, Music Mondays, how do I submit to the podcast? How do we submit to the podcast? Why do you curate on Twitter? Why can't I send you a fucking email with my song in it? this, this is why. So like I said, the majority of you know the drill here, but if you don't, and you're interested in submitting for the show, um, they'll be curated in the same format. Always, artists and creatives submissions are open for live reviews on Music Mondays, live on February 6th, 2023 at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, twitch.tv/SongPlays, which is here now. If you'd like to submit your music, artwork, fashion, or digital creations, drop your links to portfolios below. So, contrary to our name, we not only react and review music, audio, things like that, but we've also reacted to graphic design, YouTube uploads, music videos, instrumentals, you name it, we've probably reacted to it. As far as underground content goes, and there's a lot of reasons for that. But the main one, per usual, is that most underground creatives have multiple talents that that they want to show off, right? A lot of producers are also engineers. A lot of engineers are also vocalists. A lot of graphic designers can also make beats. You know what I mean? So a lot of it is very intertwined, and that's why we really dive into that avenue of things. Just in case anybody was like, well, what the fuck? So, per usual, every week, like I said, they'll be in the same format. And pretty much the only thing that we ask, considering that we will never charge anyone for submissions or interviews, reviews, playlists, things like that. Even if Music Mondays format changes, our free content will always stay the same. So the only thing that we ask is that you're following the Music Mondays homepage before you submit to the podcast. To not only help grow the community and the platform, but it gives respect to everybody else who also submits and waits for their tracks to come out every week and get played. So make sure that you're following the Music Mondays homepage because, wow, you'd be surprised how many people skip that part. Why do we curate on Twitter? Twitter is one of the easiest platforms to curate a bunch of links really, really fast. It's pretty much the most engagement friendly platform. So we curate through one area to keep the show free flow, right? We're pretty much the only live show here, so we don't want to hold anybody up by opening a bunch of links, going through emails, DMs, things like that. So if you ever want to get involved in the show, all you have to do is submit under this tweet, and that's it. But like I said, it helps keep the show free flow, helps grow the platform and things like that. And it's, for your benefit as well, right? Because a lot of the Music Mondays community now works together with each other. So that's what we're really trying to develop is not only a community around us, but a community around everybody, So that's all we do ask is that you support the platform before you submit. And then other than that, submissions will close the day of the show. Sometimes the day before the show on a Sunday if we get a lot of submissions. But for the most part, you have about 6 to 7 days to submit your tracks. Submissions will open every Tuesday following the show. So if you're watching live, today is Monday. If you're watching on YouTube, submissions are probably already open. So go check our Twitter. But yeah, submissions open tomorrow. And every Tuesday. So that is about it, my friends. That's pretty much every detail you need to know about the Music Mondays podcast and how you get featured on the show. There was one other thing that I wanted to mention. I don't think it was too important. If I do remember it, we'll go back to it. Seasons, what's good? I hope you're well. Welcome. Blank Thought, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream in motherfucking family. But yeah, that's about it, my friends. So let's dive in, chat. Let's see what we have this week. So we don't really have any formula here. We just go from top to bottom. But the only thing that we do separate is audio and media submissions. So we'll go through all audio first, and then anything with a visual, merchandise, graphic design, writing, music videos, we'll do those after all audio. So let's get started. First up, we have Lil Caesar, aka Grapes Remix. Now, Lil Caesar is an artist that recently started submitting to the show, but they're a producer that has a really, really great alternative cloud kind of style. Um, and their caption was kind of funny. Sorry for always submitting, but it's honest feedback, no bullshit. And I tried something new with my style, so YOLO. Like, come on, you know what I mean? We will never not accept submissions, right? The only way we won't accept your submission is if the link is broken, you're not following the show, or we've already reacted to your track. Pretty much is like the only ways that we won't react to your stuff on the show. So never feel like you're submitting too much or anything like that. Always one submission per person, and that's about it, to be honest with you. So never feel like that. No worries. But Lil Caesar submitted dopamine, and it's actually spelt kind of funny. I like the wordplay here. But I think Lil Caesar submitted last week, and the track was already deleted. So this is kind of redemption for them, definitely. Um, Kind of the play on like slot machines and shit like that and dopamine. Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool. I like the filter on this a lot. Nice big parental advisory. Yeah, no, it's gas. Viva Las Vegas, mixed master cover art by Little Caesar. Okay, okay. Whole nine. Lots of love. Deep Rest, gas as fuck. Shout out Deep Rest, man. I see Deep Rest on like every track now. Little Caesar, dopamine. Let's go. Wow. Those hats are crazy. Holy fuck. Damn. Yeah, no, like this was the big thing here is this vocal sample. This vocal sample was really fucking well utilized. But let's break this down. So obviously no vocals. Um we're gonna talk about two things. We're talking about the instrumental and we're talking about the overall theme of dopamine. I'm a huge fan of The wordplay on this title a lot, I'm not gonna lie. So, let's talk mix. From all the tracks from Lil Caesar that we've heard, this is definitely sort of the consensus that I've gotten. Lil Caesar definitely always has a very, very solid mix. You'll notice that with a couple of artists, that we often react to, that they have just, always like really, really solid mixes, and this track Dopamine is no different at all. So mix is very, very solid. Shining Star for me has got to be the vocal sample. It's really well utilized. I think, you know, one of the bigger things about vocal samples is if you're gonna use it, just make sure it's utilized well. And Lil Caesar always makes sure that they're always like really, really well used. So that's always a plus for me, 100%. I think another shining star that we have here though, without a doubt, has got to be the drums. More specifically the drum selection. The 808s are really good. Um, Not a lot of the drums are kind of like overdone. Even though it is an instrumental track, sometimes you want to go crazy knowing that um an artist isn't going to be on your instrumental, so you're like, okay, like I can overload this with drums or this and this and this, but that's not the case here. The drums are very minimal, but they're so well utilized again. So that's a close second for me, 100%. But um instrumental, very solid. Like I said, extremely tight mix. Definitely, Shining Star has got to be the a vocal sample for sure. Kind of reminds me like these tags are perfect, like 100%. Like funk, dark funk, a little bit of like a Memphis lo-fi, definitely like much like I said, that kind of like alternative cloud style. Little Caesar has a very very um big knack for 100%. The instrumental very solid. Let's talk theme here. Um, Aesthetics. So aesthetically, like I said, like the cover kind of like it goes hand in hand with the track title because dopamine and gambling are like you could see the obvious duo there. So I like the kind of play on words because like I feel like if the track wasn't called dopamine, um, this cover wouldn't work. But because it's called dopamine, I really like this cover a lot. And you guys know how I feel about the parental advisory, so really well done. I like the filter. Aesthetics are on point. Um, but the overall theme, I'm definitely getting like I wouldn't say like a horror vibe, but definitely a more darker, grimier vibe. Um, and like again, it kind of goes hand in hand with the dopamine track title and the gambling aesthetics. Like I really, really enjoy that. So I do feel like it all ties together a lot. And then like the caption or in the description, Viva Las Vegas, like come on, you know what I mean? So if you're gonna do instrumentals and solo tracks like this, I love when people, especially producers, put little themes behind this kind of shit. Not that you need to or you have to, but sometimes when it just naturally comes about like this, it makes for a really, really dope track. And I want to see producers keep doing this and do a lot more of it. So well done, Lil Caesar. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Make sure you follow Lil Caesar on SoundCloud. They're literally one away from 240, so go show them some love on SoundCloud. And of course, make sure you follow Grapes Remix on Twitter. They are 6 away from 450. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 subscribers now, so go show some love to the motherfucking channel. And if you already have, thank you. I appreciate it. I see you guys showing love on the drops, showing likes, comments, all the good stuff. We thank you here at Music Mondays. So let's fucking get it, chat. We are off to a very, very hot start. I always like starting off with instrumentals. Kicks off the show kind of lightly because we always fucking start to go crazy. Little Lollipop with good, homie. I hope you're well. Welcome, welcome. So we're gonna sip this coffee, and then we're gonna hop into Seasons. Now Seasons was an artist that absolutely killed it last week. We haven't gotten many submissions from Seasons, so I'm definitely excited to dive into this one. Um, this week's Seasons submitted track title, "If We Die, I Want to Die With You." So let's pop this open in a new motherfucking Tabaroons. Hi, it's me, Seasons. Yo, Seasons, what's good? Hope you're well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Monday, my friend. Michael Warren, Gene Parker. 5 months ago, so definitely not old. Bro, you go crazy. Awesome work. Michael Sativa. Okay, that's a name I recognize. Lots of love. Lots of love. Let's go. Yeah, cover definitely goes hard. Like it's like the IRL simplicity of it. But we'll dive more into that in a second. Seasons. If we die, I want to die with you.
If we die, baby, right beside you. Okay. If you die, I wanna die with you. Okay. I need you right now. Right now. Feel a little different. No medication got me feeling different. I was running from my past, yeah, running from my past till you stepped right into my life, just like that, yeah. Now I feel better, yeah, I feel better than before. I've never felt this feeling.
Holy shit. Life worth living. Okay, I need you right now. Right now. I feel a little different. No medication got me feeling different. I was running from my past, yeah, running from my past till you stepped right into my life, just like that, yeah. Now I feel better. Yeah, I feel better. Jesus Christ. That outro is fucking nuts because it's like, alright, I just fucking destroy this, catch you later. Holy shit, man. 2 weeks in a row, Seasons just wants to come in and fucking blow up the podcast. Like, fuck, man. Holy shit. My god. Yeah, shout out Michael Warren and Gene, for sure. Holy shit. Alright. You guys know the drill. Let's break this down. So we're gonna talk about 3 things. We're talking about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals, and we're talking about the overall theme of "If We Die, I Want to Die with You." So, speaking from an instrumental stand, like just POV, I guess you could say. This mix is fucking crazy. Like this mix is really, really crazy. I don't know how many of you are listening with headphones, but I always do the show with headphones, right? And you can always tell, how clean a mix is if it's this kind of mix. This is what I mean by a mix sort of having like a personality and being so wide because there's a very like minimal amount of drums on here, but again, it's so fucking wide and has a lot of personality. So I love this choice of instrumental, like 100%. And you know, the more we react to and review seasons, the more we come to find out that seasons definitely has a hold on what kind of instrumentals they enjoy, um, and what kind of sounds they gravitate to. So, um, well fucking done. Huge shout out to Michael and Gene because this is just insane. So the mix is very, very solid. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. The drums are 100% the shining star here. Like, the drums and the structure are just a massive talking point. Massive, massive talking point. So, instrumental easily checks all the boxes. Let's talk vocals. Um, vocals are, you know, it's so hard to ignore Season's vocals on these tracks. It's like it's something really special because you could try to compare it to another artist, but it has a kind of uniqueness to it and it feels organic. Like some first time listeners could listen to a lot of artists and be like, "Oh, you sound like X or you sound like X, Y, or Z." But there's a lot of cases where you have artists that have the ability to take a certain style but sprinkle their own kind of um you know sort of spice on it. It just kind of switches it up a bit, and Seasons is very much that. So that's the thing with this track is it has such a refined style, but Season like it just adds this huge element of originality and uniqueness, like all the way down to the genre blending, right? Because it's tagged alternative and like emo rap, but it's definitely that and more. You know what I mean? It's emo rap and more. It's alternative pop. It's the definition of alternative. Like real great alternative is what this is. Um so the vocals are just fucking stellar, man. Mix is very, very solid. Again, that's something that we've gotten used to as far as vocals go. You can always expect a really solid mix from Seasons 100%. But this is like inherently obvious that Seasons has something very special here. Something very, very special. And as long as you're an artist that is enjoying what they create, um you'll always end up with shit that you love. And this is just very much something that you can tell that Seasons loves. You know what I mean? It just oozes of that feeling of like I love making music. Like there is no disingenuine kind of feeling from tracks like this. This is not only from the heart, but like the delivery and so many other aspects of the vocals really describe to me that Seasons loves this shit over anything else. And that's what I like about this. And it's really about the smaller details that kind of point me in that direction, right? From all of the vocal tricks, all of the kind of structure and the whole layout of the track just shows me that like there's true passion behind this. 100%. So that's what I love about this, man. That's what I love about this. And their writing, I feel like, is something that is another really great talking point when it comes to Seasons. It's like super passionate writing, but I think the delivery gets the point across. Because everybody kind of has like a different type of emotion or attitude, and I definitely think this kind of delivery for Seasons like ultimately gets the point across. Like whether you're a first time listener or you're somebody who's used to Seasons, I definitely feel like the delivery is like an aspect that has to be talked about for sure. But wow, holy shit. So instrumental, extremely solid. I love the choices like a lot. Especially from the likes of Michael Warren and so many others that we've seen Seasons work with. It's just like holy shit. So the choices are very solid. Vocals are great. I'd say Shining Star's got to be the delivery, man. Like, there's true passion behind these vocals, 100%. So let's talk theme. Aesthetically, much like we had somebody say in the chat, kind of gives like the Midwest feeling slightly a little bit, but I think what really does it over for me is like the lack of edits. It's probably like a couple of touch ups or anything like that, or very well could just be like a raw photo. But I think the rawness of it complements this track like a lot, like a real lot. Um, so it really is like the perfect kind of cover, 100%. So aesthetically, this is on point, but the overall theme, if we die, I want to die with you. Obviously, laying a lot of feelings on the track and kind of without a doubt having like just having a lot of like emotional kind of directions, but at the same time the delivery grounds this track a lot. Like it reminds you that Seasons is like very much serious. um there's definitely something special about the delivery and the writing on this track. But without a doubt, it's definitely one of those tracks that doesn't like there's no such thing as a song being too sad or too emotional, but there is sort of like a fine line for people understanding your point. So sometimes if you don't want a listener to like really misunderstand you, um a lot of that comes from the delivery and sort of like a lot of the ideas behind your track. And this is another really great case where it has a lot of like personal and emotional writing mixed with a very much high energy delivery. And I think that balance like that balance is just perfect. And you guys will hear me talk about it on the show a lot, but that balance is something different, man. So this track is definitely no different for me at all. But we've been blessed by Seasons once again, my friends. So huge shout out to Seasons. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. I cannot wait to hear what you come up with next. Keep doing your thing, and of course, make sure you follow Seasons on SoundCloud. They are literally 9 away from 830. So go show Seasons some love. And of course, make sure you follow Seasons on Twitter. They are literally 4 away from 170. So go show them some love on Twitter as well, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 motherfucking subs on the channel. So huge shout out to anybody that already has shown love to the channel. And if you don't, what are you doing? We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff on the channel, man. So go show the channel and these artists some love. You have such great feedback. Thank you so much. Much love, bro. Shout out to you, bro. Much fucking love, Seasons. Thank you so much for your submission, my friend. Keep doing your thing. Keep doing your thing, 100%. Without a doubt. Don't let nobody tell you shit, my friend. So let's continue on, chat. Let's continue on. So this next artist is a very, very special artist. This is a name that I have not seen in the underground in a couple of years. And it's funny how life works and the community works. Because this next submission is a first time submission, but not the first time I've ever heard of this artist by the name of Lou Rain or just Rain. This was an artist that I was in a group with in probably like 2018 or 2019, back when we were doing a lot of UVC Blood Realm kind of things. And it's been some years since I've talked to Rain, so this is quite the pleasure for me to react to this, if you will. So let's pop this open a new tab. I believe this is a link tree. But okay, so we got SoundCloud vibes. Okay. So let's just go. Okay, so Dazed and Confused. Okay, so let's find their latest release. Let's go SoundCloud. X that out. Boom. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Yeah, this actually just made SoundCloud Sunday yesterday, but obviously we'll be reacting to it for the first time here on the show. So definitely, definitely gotta check this out. Lots of love too. Let's fucking get it. Okay. Blue Rain, Dazed and Confused. First time submitting artist.
If you never want me, tell me why the fuck you coming at me like. Oh, it's about to rain.
Say, man, you got a joint?
That tag is actually great.
No, not on me, man. It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
Paper, grab a roller, darling, so yeah, I can't show love. Remy, bubbly, bottles pour up, 5 shots, 6 shots, slump through. I feel so goddamn lost. Get you back, what's the cost? No wrong, still my fault. I feel like I feel right in my heart. And what's the point in trying? You've left me here, broke my heart. I feel like crying. And God, I'm so high. Feel like I'm on cloud 9, but there's no coming down. Lost the love of my life. Paper, grab a roller, darling, so yeah, I can't show love. Remy, bubbly, bottles pour up, 5 shots, 6 shots, slump through. Is there really anyone for me? Sick of giving all those only take my energy. I be feeling lost, can't really tell what's really real. But I was tonight after I pop another pill. Maybe I'm just better off alone. Okay, I'm tripping. Maybe I should just turn off my phone. I be living in my head so much it feel like home. You never ever see your fault, you never see where you go wrong. On my own, and God, I'm so high, feel like I'm on cloud 9, but there's no coming down. If you never want me, tell me why the fuck you coming at me like. Paper, grab a roller, darling, so yeah, I can't show love. Remy, bubbly, bottles pour up, 5 shots, 6 shots, slump through. There's weed, paper, grab a roller, darling, so yeah, I can't show love. Remy, bubbly, bottles pour up, 5 shots, 6 shots, slump through. There's weed, paper, grab a roller, darling, so yeah, I can't show love. Remy, bubbly, bottles pour up, 5 shots, 6 shots, slump through.
Let me tell you this. The older you do get, the more rules are gonna try to get you to follow. You just gotta keep living, man. Livin.
Damn, rain got me wet.
You never
Well done. This this was like the definition of like alternative experimental. Like I really like the vibes on here a lot. So let's break this down. You guys know the motherfucking drill. We're gonna talk about 3 things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about vocals, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of Dazed and Confused. So let's talk instrumental. Definitely on the more kind of like alternative hip hop side, slight like R&B vibes a little bit. You know, you could even say cloud, to be honest with you, but the instrumental is great. I like this choice a lot. Nothing clashing too overbearing as far as the mix goes. You know, the 808 is definitely a big leader in this. And that's a big shout out to the mix again because it just made all the drums really, really tight around this. I'd say Shining Star is definitely the melody though. The melody is definitely very catchy and rememberable. Um, so all in all, this choice was um a good one, 100%. Just because it left a lot of room for Rain to like really flow on this, for sure. The instrumental, solid. Let's talk vocals. A vocal mix is really solid, to be honest with you. It's kind of an interesting mix, right? Because it's not like it's not like pitched up or, you know, a style that's like more different and experimental. It's more of a mix that is toned back, slightly in like the lo-fi kind of style almost. Just a very chill kind of mix, but it really does Rain's vocals justice, if I do say so myself, 100%. So the mix is solid as far as vocals go. Um, there's a couple of things that I really like about this writing, but I'd say the flow and cadence has got to be the shining star for me as far as vocals go. The flow and cadence really added on to like the laid back kind of vibe. And then you add in the instrumental factors. This really was like a kind of like kickback and like smoke kind of track, but at the same time, it's not gonna put you to bed either. It's definitely not some shit that I mean, like yeah, you could like listen to it before you go to bed, chilling, smoking, whatever. But it's definitely another one of those tracks where it has a very laid back kind of vibe to it, for sure. And some of that I will credit to the flow and cadence. So I really do like the flow and cadence on this a lot. But let's talk theme. So aesthetically, Dazed and Confused. Um, Kind of like a minimalistic approach, and I like it a lot. I like the color palette as well. I like the font choice, flat parental advisory on there. You're good to go. But I'd have to say I really like the color palette. I like the colors a lot, and it definitely goes with the like the vibe of the song for sure. So aesthetics definitely on point. Um, let's talk the overall theme. Dazed and Confused. Um, this is kind of an interesting one, right? Because there's a couple of different themes and more specifically punchlines and lyrics that will kind of drive you in a certain direction on what this track is about. But truly, at the end of the day, it's really a great showcase of Rain's writing ability and lyrical skill, 100%. But on top of that, it's more so about the delivery as well. Sort of the idea that we've been talking about a lot on the show. Taking like a phrase idea, something really, really small, and just doubling down on it and really writing a whole track behind something like super, super fucking simple. So I really feel like this was, again, another really great showcase of writing ability, but also song performance as well. So huge shout out to Rain. I hope you've been well. And make sure you follow Rain on motherfucking SoundCloud. They are literally fucking 9 away from 290, man. So go show them some love. And of course, make sure you follow Rain on Twitter. They are literally, I think, on their way to 1.7. Let's just say that. They're on their way to 1.7. So go show Rain some love, man. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 subscribers on the main channel. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. So if you haven't subbed to the channel, make sure you go do so. And if you have, I love you, I see you, and thank you. That was fire, so fucking smooth. I know Rain has always been super, super talented, so it's really cool to see Rain still doing her thing, man. 100%. So, continuing on, we have the homie Saint Wave. Now, Saint Wave absolutely had me in tears with their first time submission last week. Not that anything was like comical about it, but the Martha Stewart cover was like one for the ages, man. It was perfect, but the track was absolutely fucking great, to be honest with you. So I'm very excited to see what Saint Wave has in store for us this week. And it's a track called Conductor, and the caption, "Fuck my job music." Okay, I'm with it. Saint Wave has this like unironically kind of funny style, and like it's great, to be honest with you, because it's just like a light humor, but like you could tell that Saint Wave is still a very much serious artist. So I love it, to be honest with you. But um, let's get into this. Saint Wave, Conductor.
Ooh, Tom, I love this one.
I see you hate. Another day a nigga hate me, see you faded. Another day the roll they take me, see you changing. Another day a nigga every fuck you pay me. Another day a nigga stay to see you hating.
Oh shit.
Thing to worry about, not the day, please watch your mouth. Shut up when you in doubt. Brand new denim, wear them out. Brand new piece, wear them out. With them dollars in your couch, with them diamonds in your mouth. Just up on that couch, lower all the lights. Don't fuck up the night, I'm trying to make it through the night. Backseat driving, I'm polite. Don't bring that tension for the ride. That aggression, fuck the vibe. Keep a brother. It's not the time, I'm in the night, yeah. Settling for the ride, yeah. The wave's gonna keep you right, yeah. Yeah. See you hating. Another day a nigga hate me, see you faded. Another day the roll they take me, see you changing. Another day a nigga every fuck you pay me. Another day a nigga stay to see you hating. Another day a nigga hate me, see you faded. Another day the roll they take me, see you changing. Another day a nigga every fuck you pay me. Another day a nigga slay. Need a dollar, 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 dollar. Need a dollar, 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 dollar. Need a dollar, need a dollar, dollar, dollar. Too lit, you stink. Fuck you, what you think? Coming through, now don't blink. Gone, hit that dash. Speed demon, don't crash. Making moves where you at. Everything that you lack. Punch that nigga, stab you in the back. And you not the problem. Lots of mouth for you lying. Probably think, but you not here. Bill Nye to the science. Some shit just ain't at it. Lots to say, but nobody. How you holding up, huh? Know your story, I'm not it. Oh, you hate. Another day a nigga hate me, see you faded. Another day the roll they take me, see you changing. Another day a nigga every fuck you pay me. Another day a nigga stay to see you hating. Another day a nigga hate me, see you faded. Another day the roll they take me, see you changing. Another day a nigga every fuck you pay me. Another day a nigga slay.
Quite the reaction from chat. Quite the reaction. Serge, what's good? Hope you're well. Welcome. Came to stream. I hear Beggar. The guitar is actually mental. Genki girl, what's good? Hope you're well. Yeah, this was different. This was really different. Like, this was really teetering on some experimental shit, but it had a lot of elements that we're very much used to. So there's a lot of really good talking points here. So let's start breaking this down. So, we're gonna talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. And talk about the overall theme of Conductor. So, I can't wait to talk about fucking lyrics, man, because there's just a lot of like, ugh. But instrumentally, this is like the definition of like modern alternative and like more so like alternative rock. Because it has so many great rock elements and like regular alternative elements, but you have the organic like trap, hip hop kind of sounds. Like it definitely like is a great blend as far as the instrumental goes. Like the definition of blending two genres, like without a doubt. So the instrumental is really well done. I love this choice. Not to mention the mix is fucking extremely solid. The drums sound amazing, to be honest with you. Everything cuts really good. Nothing clashing too overbearing. So I really love this instrumental choice, and I feel like this fucking producer really, really snapped on this, like without a doubt. So the instrumental is a great choice. But let's talk vocals. Um, vocals, like, where do I even begin? There's so much I really like about this. Um, but let's just start off with the mix. Again, nothing clashing too overbearing, especially with the more kind of raw approach with these vocals. I definitely feel like the mix was solid. Um, but man, like there are so many great talking points here. Everything from flow and cadence to actual writing and delivery. And like I said, the mix is like kind of teetering on that like raw kind of style, but it's still very crispy, which I really like. But shining star for me has got to be the hook, to be honest with you, because the overall theme is another whole talking point, but this hook was something that like really tied the whole song together, to be honest with you, because the song comes in kind of hot, but it's not till you fully like grasp this hook that you're like, okay, like I see what kind of direction this is going in, but it's like dipping its toes in like the experimental kind of section between the vocal delivery and like the blend of instrumental sounds, right? Because like I said, we have a couple different styles here, from hip hop and trap to alternative rock. There's a couple different blends here that make it teeter on the experimental side of things, but not too much. So like it keeps it grounded for like first time listeners to not throw them off, but to anyone who's used to Saint Wave, they're gonna love this shit, right? Because it's really pushing the barriers. That's what I really love about these vocals. Like these vocals really like push this song ceiling really high. So let's talk theme here. Um, I love the cover. Another kind of simplistic approach. You can totally understand the vibe like right off rip. You have the credits. The font is kind of, like bam in your face. You already know what the fuck you're gonna get. So it makes you wanna dive deeper, right? It makes you wanna see what Conductor's all about. So the overall theme of Conductor is like referring back to the fucking caption, "Fuck my job music," like that'd be in tears. So it's like this is very much like a anti. I don't want to say like anti-government anthem, but it's like a very like break the rules kind of anthem. Kind of like fuck everything, fuck the barriers, kind of like it brought everything together, to be honest with you. Like because you have the really solid kind of different instrumental blend. The vocals were really pushing a barrier, and then the theme, as far as lyrics and aesthetics go, really tied it all together for me on some really like new age kind of like almost like punk shit, but like not really. Like it's pushing a new barrier. So this theme was amazing, to be honest with you. Like I would definitely love to see this style pushed a lot more by Saint Wave. Well done, my friend. And of course, make sure you follow Saint Wave on Spotify, and make sure you follow Saint Wave on motherfucking Twitter. They are literally 6 away from 950. That's a great milestone. Go show Saint Wave some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We upload 2 motherfucking times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So make sure you go show these artists and the channel some love. I like it. I think it was super different. Yeah, no, I agree. That was like some of the more experimental shit that we've heard that was really pushing some barriers right there, to be honest with you. So well done. Well done to Saint Wave, man. Up next we have a Music Mondays veteran. Somebody that we always see around the Music Mondays community. A very, very talented artist with a extremely high ceiling, known as Bloodcat. Bloodcat submitted a track titled Cat Breath. I don't know what to expect because we've gotten some crazy shit from Bloodcat over the last couple of weeks from submissions. So it's like, oh fuck. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to speak on it because Bloodcat has definitely thrown us for a loop a couple of times. And we actually have some exclusive unreleased Bloodcat. So this is the first you're going to be hearing of this. And we have some lyrics and descriptions, so we'll definitely follow along. Produced by 14 Breakout and Cody. I like the cover a lot. Like, holy shit. Bloodcat's really been pushing the art styles between like real photo shoots and like designing. Bloodcat has been absolutely slaying that shit. Okay, bet. Dive into it. Exclusive, unreleased Bloodcat. Premiering first on Music Mondays. Bloodcat.
7:30. I took a made of one, showed her how to face a blunt. And I ain't need to make it twice, cause I done made it once. What that bag, you made it up. You say you blood, but we ain't never been related up. I throw that money on the floor, I make her rake it up. You should call your bitch, she said she just found out we breaking up. They hate the way I'm spacing, and they hate the space I'm taking up. Napping off the pack, and I ain't waking up. Grab that ass, I wake it up. Really proud of shaping up. Really proud of shaping up. Early bird, get the worm, what the cat get. She caught a burn, what's the word, what's the address? Squeaky clean, but my burner got a bad rep. Ate a pack was kinda fishy, gave me cat breath. Stack it up, this ain't no flatbread. Back it, beat, beat. Roll, wax it, queen, beat. Back it, beat, beat. Make a Jeep. Niggas give me heebie-jeebies, meet me in the deep. Fuck you and your additional niggas. 6 digits and additional figures. Matter of fact, for my original niggas. Matter of fact, I keep like minimal niggas. You out your hood, you go invisible, nigga. I saw your hood, I guess it's livable, nigga. You get the bag and then they treat you like a criminal, nigga. Like you right, but it's the principle, nigga. If early bird get the worm, what the cat get? She caught a burn, what's the word, what's the address? Squeaky clean, but my burner got a bad rep. Ate that pack was kinda fishy, gave me cat breath. If early bird get the worm, what the cat get? She caught a burn, what's the word, what's the address? Squeaky clean, but my burner got a bad rep. Ate that pack was kinda fishy, gave me cat breath. If early bird get the worm, what the cat get? She caught a burn, what's the word, what's the address? Squeaky clean, but my burner got a bad rep. Ate that pack was kinda fishy, gave me cat breath. If early bird get the worm, like a cat get? She caught a burn, what's the word, what's the address? Squeaky clean, but my burner got a bad rep. Ate that pack was kinda fishy, gave me cat breath.
Yo, the fucking ad libs. Oh my god, the ad libs were actually comedy. What? Dope cover. The 808 hit hard as fuck. The flow, this tough. Yes, bro goes in. The chorus actually crazy. No, I agree. Yeah, the chorus is definitely gonna be something we're gonna talk about here in a second. So, yeah, this again, Bloodcat has been destroying shit. The ad lib's crazy. The ad lib's definitely crazy. So let's dive right into this one, for sure. You guys know the drill. We're gonna talk about 3 things here. We're talking about the instrumental. We're talking about vocals. And we're talking about the overall theme of Cat Breath. So, man, the instrumental, holy shit. Definitely on the it's on the spectrum of those kind of instrumentals that not everybody would be able to hop on. Bloodcat definitely has a knack for taking, I wouldn't say like difficult quote unquote instrumentals, but instrumentals that are somewhat different and you wouldn't typically hear somebody kill the way that Bloodcat kills these. So I definitely love the choice here for sure. But even deeper than that, Breakout and Cody absolutely killed it. It definitely sounds like one of those instrumentals that are a collab. Like it just definitely sounds like that for sure. It has that kind of like interesting style where you could only get it if it's a collab, for sure. That's one thing you can tell right off rip about this instrumental, which makes it like very organic. But the mix is solid, nothing clashing too overbearing. I love the drum selection as well. Much like the chat said, the drums definitely fucking knock for sure. So that's definitely a shining star for me, especially with the vocals. The drums still kind of cut right through. So I love the mix on this beat, like a lot. So this instrumental solid. Let's talk vocals here. I mean, right off rip, man, this mix is very solid. But again, Bloodcat's one of those artists where you can almost guarantee a solid mix. Like 90% of the time. Like even if Bloodcat is pushing like a new mixing style, um, you can always count on it being crispy. Like regardless of like what the style is, you can always count on it being crispy for sure. So, mix is solid, but Shining Star is 100% the hook. Um, the hook is just one that's like, fuck. You know what I mean? Like, Bloodcat has one hell of a talent for writing hooks. Like, and that's one thing I could say about almost every single Bloodcat track here, that we've ever reacted to on the show, is that Bloodcat knows how to write and perform a fucking hook. Like, extremely well, though. Like, extremely well. We've seen Bloodcat do all different styles when it comes to hooks and choruses, so Hook definitely does it again here for me for sure. I love the delivery again. Bloodcat is only getting more and more settled into the Bloodcat kind of style when it comes to not like having an attitude when recording, but just becoming like confident and like within their own kind of craft, right? Like when you just feel yourself becoming a true artist, you can tell it's happening to Bloodcat more and more each time we hear new Bloodcat, you know what I mean? So it's like fuck. So the instrumental solid. Vocals definitely the hook. I love the hook a lot. Let's talk theme here. Aesthetically, you have another really great Bloodcat shot here for the cover. May or may not be the final cover, but even if it is just a temp cover, Bloodcat has been killing it with the photo shoots lately. So that's one thing that you can always count on is if it's a photo shoot, it's gonna be fucking dirty. Like it's really good. So cover solid, but Cat Breath again is one of those sort of themes and phrases where it's not um like a storytelling track. It's more so taking a relatively simple phrase or taking some wordplay and really building off of it. And obviously that, you know, plays in here with the hook. That pack was kind of fishy, it gave me cat breath. So like it's like that, but like Bloodcat expanded on it so much more when it came to writing and really doubling down on lyrics and punchlines and bars here that really keep the track on point. But again, this is another one of those tracks where Bloodcat really has the ability to show off the writing skill and the flow and cadence to be able to like make a track that's like super simple but like just bangs from all aspects. Like these kind of tracks you'll see people do more and more when they're settling into their style and they're like really like um perfecting like all the edges that they want to perfect, right? That's what I love about this and a lot of Bloodcat's latest track. So huge shout out to Bloodcat. Make sure you follow Bloodcat on SoundCloud. They are very, very close to 1.4. I think like 70 away, like 71. So go show Bloodcat some love on SoundCloud. And of course, make sure you follow Sirica Saturn on Twitter. They are literally 8 away from 30 followers. So go show them some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Make sure to subscribe to the Music Buddies YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 Subaroonies. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So make sure you go show these artists and the channel some love, man. Let's fucking go, chat. Holy shit, we have had insane submissions tonight. Insane. Like I almost want to put like all of those on top 3 like already. Holy shit. Okay. How we doing, chat? How we doing? Let me just get a sip of water. and we'll be good to go. So continuing on, we vibing. Let's fucking get it, baby. Continuing on, we have the homie Heavy Metaphors, a member of Human Resources, the alternative collective that we've shown a lot of love to, and we've reacted to plenty of times here on the show. We reacted to Heavy Metaphors last week here on the Music Mondays podcast, but this week they submitted a track titled A Mistake by Subnormal, something we put out for my little brother's birthday. Interesting. What do we have here? Is this like a visual? No, we have like a regular track here. Happy birthday. Wow. Okay. Interesting. I mean, happy birthday. Fuck. When was this uploaded? January 28th. Happy belated birthday. Heavy Metaphors. Super normal. Mistake. The bounce.
Panorama, get the vantage when I write this. Party plan to stand up when I do it like this. You and all your homies be rolling up smoking trees. I be rolling up on phones, plotting down on my enemies.
What the fuck?
Sharing in Lebanese when I entered in that eggs, my earliest memory. Mexicana from Montana, go bananas for some canna. Busy, trying to get my name without a label. And call me Kane, cause this beat is able. You wanna say you fresh, but this shit straight from the table. Holy grail, make you look a little stale. The numbers keep going up like I put my nuts on the scale. Always on my grind like my nose don't mind. Stone to the bone like a committed sin in the Bible. Fresh to death, I'm deaf to vex and libel. I'm deaf the best, I hex the rest. I flex my tech, obsessed, they think I'm blessed, I'm vital. But the E flipped, Egypt in denial. Perplexed, distressed, impressed by my style. Taking the head like I know my get ain't viral. Like I make music, ain't gotta prove shit. Wanna talk shit, I stick my dick inside your loose lips. If I was in it for the money, that would be foolish. But I'm in it for the honeys, trying to get into the tulips. Gotta shout out so you know who my crew is. Crispy heavy man, only fool who produced this. Just to name a few picks, T2C, early man, slump, got Watsky, all taught me how to do this. Panorama, get the vantage when I write this. Party plan to stand up when I do it like this. Panorama, get the vantage when I write this. Party plan to stand up when I do it. When I do it like this, finna bite my likeness all in my flow. Like erosion over time, watching how the bank grows. So I do it eyes closed, cause I know I can't miss. I've been watching Katniss, all I smoke is gotta keep a hold of my nuts just like an asylum. When calling on all of y'all, I be balling like I'm Michael Jordan. Balling with style, appalling the mouth. Squat important, watch your fucking mouth unless you wanna get crispy. Positively, gotta miss me, got a charm, lot of plenty. When I'm gone, eyes are misty, getting risky, trying to diss me, cause I might just snap, but it's 50-50,
Yeah, this was cooked. Interesting. I want to assume that this is a remix. Let me fucking do a quick Google search here. Yeah, like, see, I love this, but there's one major issue with this is that like there's 0 credits. So let's break this down here. We're gonna talk about 3 things. We're talking about the instrumental, we'll talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Supernormal, A Mistake. So yeah, instrumentally, this is like so crazy. So fucking crazy. Mix is really almost a shining star, but more deeper than the mix. Other than it being really crisp, these 808s and the drums itself are fucking very bouncy, very bouncy. On top of that, the melody's really subtle, but it's like super catchy and like easy to like really get behind. So you're like, okay, this fucking bangs. You know what I mean? it has a very like simple approach to it, but it does it justice as far as it being like a full wide instrumental with a lot of personality. So the instrumental is very, very solid. Um let's talk vocals. The vocals are nuts. Like really, really nuts. It kind of has like a raw effect to it, but I'd say the shining star's got to be the writing. Like without a doubt the writing. Um the flow was very good, but the writing just really pushed it over the edge for me. Um extremely, extremely solid. But as far as the vocals go, I definitely would have liked to see a little bit of a description here, right? Because Heavy Metaphors is a member of Human Resources, and Human Resources have had a couple of like spin-off kind of remix, different groups and things like that, but Supernormal A Mistake featuring Primordial doesn't ring a bell for me. You know what I mean? So we can't really get like a full scope of like what this is in relation to Heavy Metaphors. Is this a remix? Is this another project that you're putting together with a couple of artists? You know what I mean? Like there are a couple of ways that we could assume this track is going, but we're not going to assume. So that's one thing that I do want to say. Um let's talk theme. Cover and visual relatively simple, but one thing I do love is that Heavy Metaphors always hold us down with like a simple kind of visual. Even if you wanted to go with like a simple cover, and if in like you just double down and turn it into like a simple visual, this definitely does the job for sure. So aesthetics are on point, and Heavy Metaphors definitely always does a very good job at that. Always does a very good job at that. But the overall theme, A Mistake, there's a couple of like really solid lyrics in here that you could assume this track is about, but without a doubt it's a big, big showcase of writing and delivery. The flow and cadence on this really like pushes some limits, especially for what we've heard from Heavy Metaphors and the whole Human Resources crew. So all in all, this is a very solid track. A very, very solid track. That is my only gripe with it is to get like a bigger scope of like what we're looking at here. I would have loved to know if this was like, a remix, a beat you prod for an artist, da 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 da, you know what I mean? So a little bit more background on this would have been great. But with that said, huge shout out to Heavy Metaphors. Thank you for the submission, my friend. Much, much motherfucking love. And of course, make sure you sub to Heavy Metaphors on YouTube. They are literally 4 away from 110. So go show Heavy some love. And of course, make sure you follow Heavy Metaphors on Twitter. They just hit 1K, so go push them to 1.1, man. They are on their way to 1.1. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already, mother truckers. We are approaching 110. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast segments, full podcast episodes, exclusive tracks, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So go show the channel and these artists some motherfucking love. Let's fucking get it, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're well, chat. Let's go. So, up next, Money Green Music submitted some brand new Skino B. Now, Skino B is a modern hip hop artist that we've reacted to quite a few times and literally destroys fucking beats. Like, destroys. Skino is one of my favorite kind of, almost like boom bap kind of style artists, but not really. Really teetering on like experimental hip hop boom bap, but like really pushing like a modern style of it all. So definitely excited to get into this. So yeah. So they submitted the intro to Skino B's brand new project. Don't forget to water your plants. And I love the fucking EP title. This is great. No, yeah, this is great. Don't forget to water your plants is actually a golden title. I'm not gonna lie. So it's been a while. I don't think we've gotten any submissions from Skino B in 2023. So this will be our first. So let's dive into this. Skino B intro water from Don't Forget to Water Your Plants. it's gonna be gas. For sure, it's gonna be gas.
You love your plan, don't you?
It's my best friend. Always happy. No questions. It's like me, you see. No roots.
If you really love it, you should plant it in the middle of a park so that it can have roots.
Yeah.
I'm the one who should be watering if you want me to grow.
You're right.
Yeah. Skeezy. Still doing breezy. Was out late night with the Great Whites, you wouldn't believe me. No chorus, we keep it thorough, nigga. To the swagger, one of the steak sauce. Nick Cage, I'm feeling caged off. They got used to the link, I gotta break off. Roaches tough, cause of the rate off. Dep or none, cause dudes got paid off to my old bitch who couldn't understand the road trips. Can't plant seeds in the places you can't grow shit. Hello to this gumbo. Ironic, my diet plant-based. Cut off all the dead weight, it's been strictly getting the fam straight. Hello to the switchy. Honestly, I'm fine without, cause God with me. No chorus, we keep it thorough, niggas rep like this for all of these borough
If you
niggas.
really love it, you should plant it in the middle of a park so that it can have roots.
It's easy, still doing breezy, look. Hello to the movers and the shakers who kept me afloat when things tanking. Seen a nigga building, gave me sanctions, was out with the wolves in the snow. Blood staining, Tim's loose, never laced a boot. Best I produce the troops. My style, I'ma play the deuce, yeah. I'ma play the backseat, turn on ways, take the back streets. I serve, never play the lackey. These cold beats, I pack heat.
Yeah, this
to the
fucking
top,
goes.
number one pick like an athlete, nigga. Skeezy, still doing greasy. Since I was late night with the Great White, you wouldn't believe me. Rap like this for all of these barrel niggas. Yeah, look, Hello to the obstacles put in place to test the holder's faith. Infinite eyes, I saw the 8, I saw the blessing. Before it formed, I saw the weapon. Staying cool, honest, I do bad with stressing. Only else I take is lessons. So I'ma take the Glock today, cause a dead man would rather be locked away. To these prayers, I stay prayed up. I serve through lanes, cause certain shit'll change up. To these plants, I ain't forget the water. Eggs over croissants as I roll these quarters. Flowers from across the border. Early burns to catch the worm first. Take that gang, give a fuck who turn first, nigga. Yeah, it's easy, man.
I mean, I expected nothing less, to be honest with you. Like, especially kicking off 2023 like that, I expected literally nothing less. So, let's break this one down, my friends, because there is a lot to discuss. So, we're talking about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Water. So, man, instrumentally, this is excellent. Sticking true to like the typical Money Green Music Skino B style, the vocal samples were well utilized. So shout out this producer, man. This producer really, really went above and beyond to make sure this instrumental felt classic but very modern, which I love. You know, always such a good thing. Such a good thing. The instrumental is very, very solid. A great instrumental as well for a project. You know, for intros to projects, you know, you either gotta come in really hot or you gotta you know, set the tone and the vibe, right? And I definitely feel like this set the tone and the vibe rather than came in really hot. So this is a perfect kind of intro track to this album, without a doubt. So the instrumental, very, very solid. Let's talk vocals. Now, before we get into the shining star and the obvious biggest part of this, the mix is solid. Like, everything cuts through perfectly, nothing clashing too overbearing, especially with the vocal sample and these drums in there. Everything is mixed to a T, so the engineer did an excellent job. But the shining star and the thing that is just, it's just fucking inherently obvious, man. Um, the writing is on another level from Skino B. Like, we can always expect really solid writing from Skino, but this is just like, it's almost like a level up, but a really great way to start off 2023. If you're to ask me, I'm not gonna lie. So Skino literally killed this as far as writing goes. A close second would be Flow and Cadence. Skino was very chill on this track, but definitely like asserted a lot of energy and really set the tone. So well done. Let's talk themes. So aesthetically, we have the Don't Forget to Water Your Plants cover, which really goes with the whole more hand style of artwork, but really keeps it like classical slightly. Like, it kind of keeps it like very much Skino B, Money Green Music kind of style. So the aesthetics are very on point. But as far as the overall theme goes, I love how this project is laid out. Like, we have a lot of like really like plays on like the plants and like intro seeds. It kind of like has a lot of like wordplay as far as like the theme goes, which I love. But water, or the intro, whatever you want to call it, I feel like it is definitely a great way to start off this project. Like, this is what I'm talking about when I talk about theme building and shit like that, is like, you got to have some kind of like idea or concept behind a project or anything like that, and this is definitely one that nailed it for me. Especially when you consider what the intro was, for sure. Especially with the audio sample at the beginning. It really tied it all in and just set the tone. So the theme was completely on point for me. Like, completely on point. So with that said, huge shout out to Skino B. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Make sure you follow Skino B on Spotify, and of course follow Money Green Music on Twitter. Money Green Music is approaching 1.3, so go show Money Green Music some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 sub-roonies, so make sure you go show these artists and the channel some love. And if you already have, I see you. I see you dropping comments. I see you dropping likes. The staff appreciates you, and we appreciate you, my friends. So, we are well underway into our submissions, my friends. Let's continue on. Hope everybody's doing well in the chat. Hope we're all chilling. And I hope we're ready to continue on. So, up next is the homie SLM. SLM has been killing it, from visuals to the recent track that we hosted on the Music Monday SoundCloud, unreleased stuff, Deadlighters. Like, SLM is really, really killing it lately, like 100%. So, let's see what they have for us this week. Way too early new album. Oh, way too early. Okay, way too early new album things, but I'm too excited. Whole album prod me and Anthony Floyd. Okay. Okay. So we have a whole project prod Deadlighters, which is a duo of Anthony Floyd and SLM. Let's check this out. We got a little collab instrumental here. Okay. The watercolor style is excellent. The cover is just stellar, to be honest with you. We got some. Okay, yeah, we got some lyrics and description. Let's get it, baby. SLM hiding. Let's dive into this.
Yeah. Alright. Come and find me, please stay close to me. I'm looking inside so you can see me how I'm supposed to be. And hopefully the cause and effect isn't why they ghosted me. But really you could all turn away and I'd still make something dope for me. The lighters up the dopamine. I tried to hide to be sure like soap I'm clean, but this is dirty. You know what I mean? When I'm 30, I feel like I might want to be seen. If you heard me, you might know I'ma stay in between. But I've seen both sides lately, starting to make it feel routine to be feeling crazy like calling cops too teen. I was acting, then I stopped, new scene. Man, what's happening? That's a prop, fake green. Counting money, making change, make you step up your cuisine. I figured it out, I've been feeling something, get it out. Jordan used to be funny, peel it back, no oranges, peaches, or honey. Ain't shit sweet, it's always sunny.
Shit.
This how I should speak, like I'm sick, nose runny. Big dummy, steady trying to make this stick. Get clumsy, let me fuck around and slip. I'm exposed, but it's about time everyone knows. I mean, I feel like it shows. But I was thinking about it on the drive over. Side note, I hope you drive sober. I know what it's like to have lost full control of a high motor. I go through the night as the polar moon makes me fly closer. The stars make me feel higher than any online promoter. Because when I think it over, we share the same space. You can't tell me this is not a marathon if it's any type of race. I don't care, I don't just want any type of plays. I need you to really sit with me, I'm selfish with my ways. I'ma start to really move differently, can't help it, moon taught me to phase. Wanna be happy like a balloon caught in the wind for the end of days. Tied down too soon, chasing praise, still under myself, that should explain the delays.
Still learning myself, album on the way. Holy shit. This motherfucker. My god. Holy shit. Wow. SLM coming through to bless us once again, my friends. My lord. Oh, man. We did have a question in chat. Music Mondays album when? Yes, Curing Cases of the Mondays. Volume or Collection 2 is definitely gonna be a concept that we explore this year, for sure. That's all I'll say on that. But we'll definitely be exploring Collection 2, without a doubt. But like I said, SLM came through and really blessed us again. This is off of their brand new project, so a lot to break down here. But with that said, let's talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. We're gonna talk about the overall theme of hiding. So, instrumentally, this is great. Prod Deadlighters, Anthony Floyd, and SLM. So, not surprised this has one of the most unique feelings that we've gotten from SLM by far, as far as instrumentals go, without a doubt. You can only create shit like this through collaboration. I mean, it just takes longer if you're by yourself and not efficient to spend hours and hours and hours on one instrumental. So you get products like this when you collaborate often, right? And you sort of work together with a mutual artist and you create something great like this where it just can't be replicated. So the instrumental is absolutely on point. The mix is very solid. Again, nothing clashing too overbearing. Shining Star is definitely the melodies here. The melodies really set the tone. Like, they have a lot of emotion, but it's not like personal emotion, but they definitely have a lot of emotion nonetheless. So let's talk vocals. because the instrumental was completely destroyed. I feel like that instrumental could easily be released on its own, but the vocals really like laid down the law. So we have the format of SLM really giving us a lot of like poetry style lyrics, but the story here is like wow. Like there is a lot of passion behind these lyrics. SLM is really one of my favorite songwriters right now as far as like the poetry style writing. Because not many artists have the ability to um blend poetry and songwriting so well. And SLM really does just that for sure. So these lyrics are really, really just something else, man. Really something else. So, um, the other thing about this too is the mix. Like, it's more of a crisp, kind of refined mix as well. SLM again is an artist who is steadily improving their mixes, especially like each reaction review, like just always improving, always. So that's another great talking point here. Um so the instrumental very very solid vocals. I love the structure here as well. I'd really say the structure is the shining star 100%, just because SLM is really doing something different when it comes to the style of these vocals. So structure is definitely another talking point. But let's talk overall theme here. Aesthetically, I feel like a lot of SLM covers really don't hit the same until you listen to the track, because they're always really wonderful covers, but you listen to the track and it's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And it all kind of makes sense. And now this kind of figure dancing in this image is almost as um descriptive as the lyrics that SLM kind of blessed us with in this track. So the cover really like carries just as much emotion as the song itself. But deeper than that, I just love the watercolor style as well. Um, very much like a hand drawn kind of watercolor style, which just does the track really a lot of justice. But the overall theme, hiding, um, kind of like a bigger kind of theme, right? There are a lot of lines in here where, you know, when I'm 30, I feel like I might want to be seen. Still learning myself, that should explain the delays. Like, there are so many single punchlines and lyrics in here that sort of ode to the whole hiding theme. And again, SLM is really becoming a songwriting master in the aspect that like it's very good songwriting because it places you in the shoes of SLM and not SLM trying to like um get some point across. Some people do better with like each style. Some people just have their own styles of writing, but this is SLM style and it really works well. It really fucking works well. So that's one thing I love about this is it works around the theme and really puts you in the shoes of SLM. And I just think that's like such a talking point in regards to songwriting and the overall theme of something like this. So I'm definitely excited for SLM's new project, my friends. With that said, huge shout out to SLM. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Make sure you follow SLM on SoundCloud. They are literally 5 followers away from 40. So go show SLM some love. And of course, make sure you follow SLM on Twitter. They are 4 away from 270 followers. So make sure you go show SLM some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 subaroonies. So if you have already subbed to the channel, I thank you. And we thank you here at Music Mondays. And if you have not, what the fuck are you doing?
end. Maybe we'd be better off as friends. Baby said I'll meet you on the other side. I got a lot of things that's weighing on my fucking mind. I got way too many problems on my chest. We don't need a break, but I may need some rest. And I wonder why my heart stopped beating. Baby, I think that you are the reason. Getting cold, I guess we change in seasons. Even way you talk to me is so misleading.
My lord. Came in, fucking just gave us nothing but vibes, and just left like that. And just fucking left like that. Let's get it, Mark. Holy shit, lots of love in the chat as well. Let's go, baby. W song, I agree. It's a vibe. Yep. I agree. So, you guys know the drill, but let's break this down. So, we're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. We're gonna talk about the overall theme of "Tell Me That You're All In." And this really is like an anthem almost. This is like a great King Mark ballad, if you will. But let's talk instrumentals. So In Bloom is definitely a producer that we've heard Mark work with before. We're definitely not unfamiliar with In Bloom, but again, Mark comes in with another really good choice. I love the choice of this kind of alternative style when it comes to instrumentals. Just the guitar is like a really big talking point here. It just sets the tone so nicely. So In Bloom definitely killed this. Shining Star, absolutely the guitar. The mix is very crisp as well. As far as the instrumental goes, the instrumental is just chef's kiss for sure. Perfect for King Mark. So let's talk vocals. Vocals. There's a lot of like really redeeming talking points here. Like a lot. But the flow and cadence is easily the shining star in this. I feel like the flow and cadence is like such a it's like pure proof that Mark has been progressing and pushing their style, because not only is this on Face Tat and Nail Polish, but this project is like a culmination of like everything that Mark has been working on as far as like their style goes. Not necessarily like individual tracks that they've been working on, but like the whole style. And this track in itself is a perfect representation of how hard Mark has worked on like the flows and cadence of a lot of these tracks. So flows and cadence here are like a big thing. I just love it on the hook. Like the hook is just but to dive even deeper in that, I think the songwriting is like really stellar, because one thing that I've always said about Mark is really descriptive and has no problem putting the listener in Mark's shoes. So that's one thing that like I'm very much like always noticing now, is that Mark's songwriting is like not only like improving continuously, but Mark's ability to put the listener in Mark's shoes is like, it's perfect, man. It's fucking perfect. Like, especially like I talked a little bit about it in the last submission with SLM, like being able to put a listener in your shoes rather than like explain what's going on is like two completely different things, and both of which are great, right? If you can explain a theme or a story to somebody, I think that's great. But if you can put somebody in like your shoes, which Mark is like super fucking good at, is another great thing, you know what I mean? So songwriting is another great talking point here. But the hook, flow, and cadence, really like A1. Where I'm curious, before we go into the theme, I'm curious where this song lands in the track list. Okay, yeah, so that's like a really great outro song. I think that's a really great outro song, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that's like a perfect way to end off a project, I'm not gonna lie. It definitely has that like goodbye, see you next time kind of vibe for sure. So well done. But let's talk theme here. So I've given you guys plenty of thoughts on the Face Tats and Nail Polish cover, but again, for those of you that don't know, this definitely encapsulates Mark in 2023 perfectly. I do feel like this is a great album cover, or even just a project cover. To be honest with you, I definitely feel like it's worthy for sure. Simple enough, but feels big enough to be able to present as a project. So I really like this cover. I think it was a good choice. But the overall theme of Tell Me That You're All In is like inherently obvious through the hook. But again, I just want to talk about Mark's songwriting ability, because like the fact that we're so able to pick up on the theme and like the feelings that Mark was having when this song was written is like such a ode to the songwriting ability. It's just like so tippable. It's so fucking tippable. You know what I mean? Like it's so easy to understand where Mark is coming from in the majority of Mark's music. And I think that's like such a great thing when it comes to songwriting. You know what I mean? Like that's like I love that. But Tell Me That You're All In again is sort of one of those like goodbye but like not goodbye forever kind of vibes, especially being that it is the last track on the whole project. So it definitely does feel like the time to go home kind of song, but at the same time it's like that like hopefulness kind of feeling as well. So there's a great theme going on here when it comes to Tell Me That You're All In. And like I would love to see a music video for this. I feel like a music video would really really fucking go hard for this. So with that said, huge shout out to King Mark. Thank you so much for your submission, my friend. Make sure you go stream Face Tats and Nail Polish and go show some fucking love to King Mark on SoundCloud. Mark is literally 2 away from 160. I don't know if Mark hit that 160, but if not, go show love to King Mark. And of course, make sure you follow King Mark on Twitter. Mark is 8 away from 290. And I just looked at the little Santa hat in Mark's profile picture, and that shit is comedy. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 110 subbaroonies. So make sure you go show the channel some love and these artists some love. We upload 2 motherfucking times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So, my friends, we are about halfway through submissions. Up next, we have Konbini and a whole lot of really, really talented artists. So, with that said, we are going to cut to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with Konbini. And of course, I'm going to need all of you guys to get up and make sure you go stretch your legs, go get a snack, go get some water, go do your thing. And Music Mondays will be right back with episode 107. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here live with Music Mondays, episode 107. Hope you're well. Hope you're chilling. I'm your host, Zom Slaves. And we're back. We left off on Binny. Now, you may know Conbini as a graphic designer for the Music Monday staff team, but Conbini is also a very, very talented vocalist. So, this week, Conbini submitted a track titled "Oh Negative, Everybody's Type." Super proud of this track, perhaps my best work yet, in my opinion. Those are some strong words. My best work yet, in my opinion. Okay. Would love to hear you guys' quality feedback as I'm thinking about making a slightly longer version for my album. Okay. Now we gotta up the stakes. No, I'm just kidding. A great cover. 100% a great cover. Like, I mean, speaks for itself. Okay, and we got lyrics and description. Let's get into it. Conbini, Oh Negative. Damn. So this was some real fucking ethereal shit. Conbini has such a fucking unique style, man. Like, such a unique style. Okay. Let's break this down, because there's a lot of really good talking points here, if I'm being completely honest. So, we're going to talk about three things. We're going to talk about the instrumental, we're going to talk about vocals, and we're going to talk about the overall theme of O Negative. So, instrumentally, again, we have such a Conbini kind of instrumental that it's very much ghost, ethereal, very cloud-like for sure, but it's backed by like hard-hitting drums, and I think that's such a unique style for Conbini. It's really one of those styles where, again, not everybody could hop on instrumentals like this and kind of make them work. And also prod Conbini as well, so self-prod, I mean, either way, very fucking tippable when you think about that. But the instrumental itself is like such a great Conbini style. So I love that. I love that a lot. But the instrumental, very solid. It keeps the Conbini style intact, without a doubt. But let's talk vocals. Vocals are really what keeps it very ethereal and very much like, not like horror, but slightly like ambient and like definitely in the cloud realm of things for sure. That's what I love about this is it's just such a unique Conbini kind of style down to the vocals. But this has like so many great traits to it. Like from the flow and cadence, which by the way has got to be the shining star for me. Like the flow is probably one of the best I've heard on any Conbini track, easily. So a shining star is definitely the flow and cadence, but there's so many great aspects to this where, like, if Konbini keeps pushing this kind of style, I without a doubt expect this to really get pushed. Like, really, really get pushed. Like, Konbini has such a unique not only a vocal style but just aesthetic. And I feel like if Konbini continues to push this kind of style and really take like all the good elements from all of their tracks that they enjoy, I have no doubt in my mind that this will keep improving. Like, for sure. I love this. Like, this is like showing a lot of really good signs that Konbini's like settling into their style. Much like I said a couple tracks ago, I think earlier in the show, but Konbini absolutely settling right into their style, and this is like proof of that. So keep pushing. Like this is excellent. like this is a really good sign. So let's talk theme here. Aesthetically, you know, O negative. I mean, you're everyone's type. Like, relatively like obvious kind of aesthetics here. Which, I mean, for a theme like this, you could have went super intricate and detailed, or you could have just went, you know, super simple route. Exactly. O negative. Right. Yeah, right. Shout out the emotes in chat, man. So yeah, aesthetics are on point for me. Now, the overall theme, O negative, everybody's type, is much deeper. Much deeper. Especially like the darker kind of lyrics about body parts and things like that. Like, it's like dark, but it's like poetic at the same time. Like, Konbini's writing is very fucking special. Like, very special. And add on the way that they're delivered and performed, a track like this is so easy to get behind because it leaves you wanting more. And Konbini almost takes you on like a journey when it comes to songwriting, and really doubling down on the O negative kind of theme here, and really giving you some like extremely detailed yet like easy to grasp kind of writing. That's why I say like keep pushing this style, because this will pan out. Like 100% this will pan out. So with that said, huge shout out to Konbini. Make sure you follow Konbini on SoundCloud. They're literally 8 followers away from 90. So go show Konbini some love, man. And of course, make sure you follow Konbini on Twitter. They are 2 away from 620. So go show Konbini some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We literally upload 2 times a week. Like, come on now. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. So make sure you go show the channel and these artists some love. And if you have been showing likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff, I see you, and we thank you here at Music Mondays. So, my friends, let's continue on. What a night. What a night. Didn't realize I was next. You are next, my friend. We actually have Surge in the chat here. They submitted a track titled Winter Green. Here you go, another different sound. Now, we haven't gotten many submissions, so we don't have a lot of styles to go on from Surge, so this will be interesting. We do have the lyrics in the description as well, so we'll definitely follow along. Cover is actually stellar. I like this a lot. Kind of reminds me of like an analog style slightly, for sure. I like the cover. Clocking in at 2:12. Interesting. Okay, let's get it. Winter Green.
Floating from the ground, yeah, them don't let me down. Can't do this shit right now. I don't cost a fee, but tell me what you need. I'm getting all the cheese, but it's weekly. You just be so cold, maybe hella sweet. Eyes my neck get froze, I'm still like evergreen. Beautiful snow, yeah, yeah. Winter green, cold, what you go, yeah. Now the green's green, okay. Each day can't get so weird, yeah. Nothing I can feel, yeah. Since last year, I ain't on like beer, yeah. I'm at the top to friend up gear. I just pull up to the show, there's too many phones, living the moment right here, yeah. This bro think this is a joke, you a hating hoe, yeah. And I pick up the phone, asking when you come home. There was way too soon when I was grabbing past the Magdalene Road. Eyes up, so I jacked when I took the flight to the coast. She was like, kiss me through the fucking phone. Tell me all her wishes when we live inside a home. Yeah, trying to play ahead of time, knowing where I would go. But hey, it makes it like it's halftime. I'm glad that I'm not gone. Just so cold, maybe hella sweet. Eyes my neck get froze. I'm still like evergreen. Beautiful snow, yeah, yeah. Winter green, cold, what you go, yeah. Now the green's green, okay. Each day can't get so weird, yeah. Nothing I can feel, yeah. Since last year, I ain't on like beer, yeah. I'm at the top to friend up gear. I just pull up to the show, there's too many phones, living the moment right here. I just pull up to the show, there's too many phones, living the moment right here. I just pull up to the show, there's too many phones, living the moment right here.
Well done. Very, very interesting. I think we have a lot of talking points here, for sure. So, let's break this down, chat. So, you guys know the motherfucking drill. We are going to talk about 3 things here. We're going to talk about the instrumental. We're going to talk about vocals. We'll talk about the overall theme of Winter Green. So, let's talk instrumental. The beat, I felt inspired by the underground plug sound. Back in ordering motherfucking pizza, what should I get? Thin crust. But yeah, it very much has that cloud kind of plug sound without a doubt. I do enjoy the synths a lot for sure. I'd say the drums are the shining star for me. I love the 808 choice on this. Nothing's clashing, too overbearing. So the mix is very solid. But yeah, the drums really did it for me as far as the instrumental goes. The drums are very, very, very stellar. So the instrumental's solid. Let's talk vocals here. Writing is like really, really good. Like really, really fucking good. Like this writing is like wow. Again, kind of rides that line of like poetry, but like keeps the like freestyle kind of like a bouncy vibe as well. So the writing is like a very major talking point for me. The mix is solid. I kind of understand the like creative choice of like the mixing style. So I would just keep developing this and like trying to improve the overall mix, because obviously there's like that point of like this is like a creative choice, and like this is like I'm trying to like break through new ceilings and like push my sound to like newer places. So that's why this makes if you keep progressing and keep working on this is going to be one of your greatest strengths, like for sure. So the mix is definitely something that I would love to see develop. But definitely the shining star has got to be the writing, 100%. Because it keeps that fine line of like slightly poetic, but like I said, keeps like the bouncy kind of like freestyle style. That's what I really like about this. So instrumental, very solid. Vocals, very, very solid, especially clocking in at 212. Really, really get the whole package here, 100%. Let's talk theme here. Now, aesthetically, wow. Like I said, I love the whole kind of like analog style of this for sure. Like this analog style is something that I always gravitate towards, but it definitely keeps like the minimalistic kind of simple vibe here. Um and calling the track Wintergreen definitely kind of goes with it because it's like it kind of has that like dark winter vibe, but like it keeps the whole um like album worthy perception for sure. It's part of the deluxe. Yeah, see exactly. Like it keeps the whole kind of like album like style, but as far as like Wintergreen itself goes, um it definitely is on point without a doubt. So the overall theme here, much like Serge said, it's like freestyled, but like there is like somewhat of a consistency here. Especially if you consider the track title Wintergreen. I do feel like a lot of these lyrics remind you of winter. Um, there is like elements of like personal, kind of emotional lyrics, and kind of like it rides the line, you know what I mean? Because you could tell it's a freestyle, but like I said, that there is some consistency, and it very much is like a winter kind of track. Like it very much feels cold, especially with some of like the more subtle bars, like "beautiful as snow" and things like that. So it definitely is on point with the winter vibe, but keeps the uniqueness of an overall freestyle. So it's definitely solid, without a doubt. So with that said, huge shout out to Serge. Thank you so much for the submission, homie. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Serge on SoundCloud. They are literally 10 away from 80, so go show them some love. And of course, make sure you follow them on Twitter as well. They are 9 followers away from 330, so make sure you go show them some love there as well. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 subaroonies. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. And if you already have subbed to the channel, we thank you here at Music Mondays. There's a music video for this song too. Appreciate it. Let's fucking get it, baby. Much love, my friend. We appreciate your submission. Y'all aren't ready for this one? Oh, shit. Well, up next, speaking of which, we got the homie, Blank Thought, which is another artist that really has their own lane in the alternative kind of loud style, but we've seen Blank Thought really push the limits as far as really blending genres. So I'm definitely excited for this one. They submitted a track titled Catwalk. Excited to see what you think as always. So, let's pop this open in a new tab. We have 2 features on here. And from the same project, Movies at Midnight. This was the track that Blank Thought originally submitted last week, but we ended up playing the intro from Movies at Midnight. So we're getting like a little breakdown here. So now we're gonna dive into Catwalk. Let's get into it. Cover's crazy? Yeah, no, I agree. I like the cover a lot.
Bitch, pay attention, all eyes is on me. Said it's no free feast, that's an upfront fee. Turn a tenant to 1,000. Nobody fucking with me, know about it. Know I've been the best, no half step around it. Blunt to the face, shot of something and I pound it. Love dying all around me, I got no fans. Go slow dance with the devil, I got cold hands. Strip club chilling, got a bitch doing handstands. Never been the dude to be happy, holding 2 bands. 4 or 5 minutes till I go and write 1 line. Too afraid to die, so he's aging like fine wine. Shine when I step in the crowd and I'm glowing. Better in myself and I know the shit's showing. Smoke's in the bag, so I know I don't live long. Too strung out on my own, here's a sad song. Fuck that, built like a bridge and I'm big, strong. Purple heart soldier said I'm here to prove a bitch wrong. Gotta spit fast just to show you got talent. Speak with my heart, what you fakes know about it.
Turn a 10 to 1,000. Don't need no machine for the money, let me count it. Nigga say he mean, I doubt it. Nigga, we can see about it, bleed about it, probably. Yeah, you turn a 10 to 1,000. Don't need no machine for the money, let me count it. Nigga, say he mean I doubt it. Nigga, we can see about it, bleed about it, probably. Yeah. Turn a 10 to 1,000. Don't need no machine for the money, let me count it. Nigga, say he mean I doubt it. Nigga, we can see about it, bleed about it, probably. Yeah, you turn a 10 to 1,000. Don't need no machine for the money, let me count it. Nigga, say he mean I doubt it. Nigga, we can see about it, bleed about it, probably.
I got that swerve, you so hanging with your circus, yeah. I'm in to kill a couple niggas if it's worth it, yeah. I'm in the head out with the lead, I'll make you surface, yeah. And if you niggas wanna spread out, I'll be lurking, yeah. I need a 20 for a feature, make you rewrite your verse. Got me Deo saying Cristian, call de meo. Your bitch saying she miss me, la tengo hablando. And if your niggas wanna fight, lo tengo bailando. I know you
damn.
right, follow authority. October go me my season, that's the anarchy.
The fuck?
Just talking, let me say my piece. I saw your album was just flopping, so you texting me. I pull a Mac 10, back bend, pussy nigga capping. See you in the streets, I'm gonna shoot you in the back end. Said that you go eat, I guess a pussy nigga fasting. Got my Jason B, you know a nigga never flopping. 4G auto rims on a beamer, never stopping. See my license plate, that pussy nigga get his run in. Rapture has begun, I start to hear the fucking trumpets. The king above the sun, that's why I never need a weapon. Reaching for your gun, I got that power, I am God sent. Feeding for the drugs, I put your niggas in the Geisen. Reaching for some money, but you'll never work a 9 to 5. I got mine, put the guns aside, yeah.
Turn a 10 to 1,000. Don't need no machine for the money, let me count it. Nigga, say he mean I doubt it. Nigga, we can see about it, bleed about it, probably. Yeah, you turn a 10 to 1,000. Don't need no machine for the money, let me count it. Nigga, say he mean I doubt it. Nigga, we can see about it, bleed about it, probably. Yeah. Turn a 10 to 1,000. Don't need no machine for the money, let me count it. Nigga, say he mean I doubt it. Nigga, we can see about it, bleed about it, probably. Yeah, you turn a 10 to 1,000. Don't need no machine for the money, let me count it. Nigga, say he mean I doubt it. Nigga, we can see about it, bleed about it, probably. Yeah. Big dirty little nigga with the big tool. Hope it ain't getting used when the rent due. Let the sales on the ship move for the wind due. Niggas miss the boat and insist that they miss you. With the money or the weed, when it comes to the team, it's a whole lot of green getting misused. Tell by the eyes when he slide in the venue. Ain't no surprise when it's 5 to your dental. Damn nigga, what's the word? What's the issue? 16 blitz you and who the hell sent you? Outcasts in the past, cats from the pencil. Future been odd since Molly first menstrual. Most of what's taking so long, just saying we been waiting so long. Heard you got bold to drop stones on a nigga, hold on, let me tell you what I'm on. Turn a 10 to 1,000. Don't need no machine for the money, let me count it. Nigga, say he mean I doubt it. Nigga, we can see about it, bleed about it, probably. Yeah, you turn a 10 to 1,000. Don't need no machine for the money, let me count it. Nigga, say he mean I doubt it. Nigga, we can see about it, bleed about it, probably. Yeah.
Wow. Dude. Fucking Blank Thought was not bullshitting. What the fuck? We were not ready. We were not ready. Fuck. Okay, man. Okay. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I saw 446 and I was like, this has gotta be fucking nuts. Like, there's no way that this isn't nuts. Wow. Alright, so take my glasses off for this one. Let's break this down. So we're gonna talk about 3 things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about vocals, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of Catwalk. So the instrumental, I saw somebody say it in chat earlier, the synth, man. The fucking synth is like, that is like the like scariest horror movie villain intro synth you could have ever picked for an instrumental. Like, yeah, the synth is really doing it. But even deeper than that, the drums are very, very good. Nothing's clashing too overbearing. Everything cuts through very well. Blank Thought, without a doubt, from everything we've reacted to, absolutely has a very crisp mix. Like, that's one thing that you can always count on with a Blank Thought track, is that the mix is always going to be very, very crisp, for sure. Wow. Okay. So, like I said, the synth and the drums are like very, very solid talking points here, especially with it being 446. Like this lasts like for sure. Um, it's just that well put together as to where you wouldn't even notice 4 minutes rolling by because this instrumental has that much of a concrete sound. So the instrumental absolutely solid. Let's talk vocals here. Two things. Well, technically three, but let's talk mix. The mix is a fucking one. Like a fucking one. Nothing too crazy as far as a vocal mix goes, and everybody's vocals really sit extremely well on this instrumental. Um, so the engineer or engineers did a really good job for sure. But two things that I was going to talk about. Um, the structure. The structure is really well done. Like whoever laid out this final and put everybody's verses together did a really good job. I love the way that everything drops. I way that everything comes back in. Like there is not one gripe about this structure. I did all the mixing and engineering for this track. Shout out Blank Fucking Thought, because 10 out of 10. Like absolutely 10 out of 10. That's just one thing I noticed, that like the whole structure of this whole 446 was like just really, really solid from A to Z, like without a doubt. Yeah, so structure is a really great talking point. I also saw somebody mention the Spanish lyrics, and that's been happening more and more. We've had a French artist recently kind of blend in French lyrics with English lyrics, and this is another case where we have English lyrics with Spanish lyrics, and it sounds so fucking sick. Like I wish more underground artists would push that, you know what I mean? Because it always sounds really good when done right, but at the same time, like it just makes your track that all the more special, to be honest with you. So yeah, there's a couple of really good talking points here, but the two big things here for me are the structure, and both of these verses have these flows that are like so complimentary of this instrumental, that this is like one of the most well put together songs I've seen in a minute, as far as like having that almost cipher kind of style, but being a well constructed track as well. My first collab project, and it turned out crazy good. Yeah, huge shout out Zims, man. Zims definitely went fucking crazy. Definitely went fucking crazy. So this is like, wow. Wow. So the instrumental, A1, absolutely. Vocals, the structure is something that really brings this whole track together. I love it a lot. The mix is very solid, like I said. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. So yeah, instrumental solid, vocal solid. Let's talk theme here. We've already given a couple of thoughts about the Movies at Midnight cover, but again, the analog kind of style for an album project like this is just it hits for me. It definitely checks all the boxes because it's kind of minimalistic, but really like gives off that vibe of a project cover. So yeah, I completely agree. This is a wonderful, wonderful choice. Let's talk overall theme. Now, Catwalk. Um, you know, I almost feel like this is almost it ties in to the whole project, Movies at Midnight. I definitely feel like it ties into the whole project. Like it really does. It really does. Like these song titles, like, because sometimes song titles you don't necessarily need to um like fully have to relate to the track, but I do feel like Catwalk relates a little bit more to the Movies at Midnight overall theme than it does to just this track alone, which I kind of like as well. But these two really showcased songwriting on this. Like there was a couple different themes. Um, you know, a lot of things from like your average kind of um like money kind of financial punchlines and bars, as opposed to like um it's like a deeper form of songwriting about regular kind of topics like that, whether it be ash or you have more of like an attitude on the instrumental. I do feel like these two came together on this track and really fucking wrote their ass off, if I'm being honest with you. Like the writing from both of them is like wow. And like the hook is one where it kind of again brings it all together and really makes this kind of track very concrete. um you know, and I'm slowly learning that Blank Thought is one hell of like a master and curator of bringing all these artists together, because we've heard like a couple of different tracks in the sort of um style like this where Blank Thought just went the fuck off, and I was like, wait a minute, like this is a producer like really pushing this shit. And like as a producer, like pushing tracks that you produce on your own pages and pushing instrumentals, like that is so tippable, man. And we gotta have more producers out here doing shit like this. Like this is the kind of shit you love to fucking see. So with that said, huge shout out to Blank Thought. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Make sure you follow Blank Thought on Bandcamp, and make sure you follow Blank Thought on Twitter as well. Blank Thought is approaching 640 followers on Twitter as well. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in a description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 110 Subaroonies. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel, man. So go show these artists and the channel some love. DJ Khaled could never. Hey, let him know, Etra. Let him know. Let him fucking know, my friend. Kind of gives me Logic Vinyl Days vibes, and I love that. Yeah, the analog style is one of my favorites, 100%. Shout out to you, man, as always. We'll be back next week. I am looking forward to it, Blank Thought. Thank you so much for your submission, my friend. Keep fucking doing anything. Don't let nobody tell you nothing. Blank Thought over DJ Khaled. That's a screenshot and a half. That's a fucking screenshot. That is header material right there. So up next we would have Offspring Mysterious, but Offspring submitted another edition of Music Art, which is actually a visual. So we'll wrap back around to Offspring, because I know we have a couple of visuals tonight. So we'll bang out the rest of our audio, and then we'll head over to our visuals. But up next, we have a first time submitting artist. Dropped a song on Sunday. It's one of my best yet, I think. MeQ, Empty Reality. Okay. First time submitting artist, so we're gonna go in completely blind, of course. Okay. We have a first time submitting artist here. Interesting. We always love first time submissions here on the show, my friends. So this is a mutual from our staff designer Aster, who is also from Germany. So I'm very interested to get into this. MeQ, Empty Reality. Crazy piano.
Es ist viel passiert, seit du weg bist. Versieg es oft wieder in der Blackness. Meine Gedanken drehen sich täglich nur um dich. In all den Tagen schienst du wie mein Licht. Seit dem Schluss ist, bin ich nur am Worken. Bis ich vor all der Sadness einfach nur zermerke. Meine Tage fühlen sich immer noch so leer an. Ohne dein Lachen ist alles so schwer, man kann die Realität einfach nicht begreifen.
Wow.
Ich denk jeden Tag immer nur an Täube den Gedanke mit dem Schreiben von Musik. Höre, wie der Traum sich endlich auflöst und hoffe, dass dein Weg dich wieder zu mir führt.
Wow.
Kann die Realität einfach nicht begreifen.
Seitdem du weg bist, fühle ich mich allein. Kein Zurück mehr, hoffe, dass du das weißt. Alles zerbrochen, in Millionen Einzelteile. Was ich sehe, ist deine Nachricht in der Dachumzeile. Yeah, meine Gefühle seien nicht echt, Digga, fick dich. Deswegen liebe ich nur noch Rap, scheiß mal auf Weihnachtsbrei. Rap ist kein Zeitvertreib, yeah.
Ich denk jeden Tag immer nur an Täube den Gedanke mit dem Schreiben von Musik. Höre, wie der Traum sich endlich auflöst und hoffe, dass dein Weg dich wieder zu mir führt.
This is gas.
Als ich dich traf, dachte ich, alles wäre anders. Doch schon wieder sitze ich hier und schreibe diese Parts. Seitdem du weg bist, fühle ich mich so alleine. Schreibe Zeile für Zeile, rappe Bar für Bar. Ohne deine Liebe habe ich so krasse Schmerzen. Versuche sie zu lindern mit Musik aus dem Herzen. Fühle diese Leere mit dem Wein. Muss die Realität wirklich so schmerzhaft sein? Gebe die Hoffnung nicht auf. Warte, bis du wieder bei mir bist. Doch was bleibt, ist deine empty reality.
I love this, man. I fucking love this. No, this is definitely in German, and we'll definitely discuss this because this is like really fucking good. Like really fucking good. Okay, so you guys know the drill. Obviously, this is not in English, so we're gonna break this down as best as we can. But we're gonna talk about a few things along the way. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about vocals, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of Empty Reality. So, recently I've been getting into so many other different languages of music, especially in like the alternative scene, right? A couple of Italian artists, some artists from like Rome and things like that that I've kind of been exploring, right? Like obviously I only speak one language, but this is like such a sign for me to keep pushing towards these kind of foreign speaking artists because they need so much more recognition as well. That's why the show is all inclusive, right? Because like I said, we have our staff designer Aster, who's also from Germany. So I want to establish that connection and really bring some European artists over to Music Mondays and really do what we can with the language barrier. You know what I mean? I would love to do things like that. Of course, we're a primarily English speaking organization, but that doesn't mean we're not going to use our staff members to our advantage to bridge that gap between, you know, English and America and things like that. So I love this. I am all for this. And of course, as we go on, we'll be able to continue to bridge that gap. But back on track, the instrumental is fucking nuts. Like really, really nuts. The piano is something that immediately stuck out. Like these keys are really, really solid. Another thing that I love about this is the mix. The mix is like chef's kiss for sure. Of course, we kind of go in blind, so we really don't know what to expect. That's one thing I noticed right off the rip was the mix is really good. Really, really fucking good. So this instrumental is very solid. Shining Star's got to be the piano, without a doubt. Like, the melody was great. Drums are a close second. So let's talk vocals. Like I said, obviously, we're a primarily English-speaking blog and organization. So what we will do is we'll break this down as best as we can. And the more we get submissions in different languages, we'll try to break them down and like continue to bridge that gap, because Music Mondays has always been worldwide, and I would love to keep the staff and really like keep them up to date and like have them sort of bridge the gap wherever they see fit. You know what I mean? So I would love to have that, but obviously we can't speak on the lyrics themselves, but the flow and cadence was without a doubt there. And I think one thing that we can talk about as far as vocals go is the structure. Like, regardless of lyrics, I think the structure and the delivery were like absolutely there, like without a doubt. Like, all these elements are without a doubt there. So I'd love to explore Miku's library like a lot. Like, I would definitely love to hear more, for sure. So the instrumental was very solid. Vocals were very, very solid. The overall theme, obviously, we can't dive into the lyrical sort of regular theme, but aesthetically, the simplistic kind of bottle sort of photograph approach was a really good approach. And the overall aesthetic of something like Empty Reality just fits Miku's style, I think, to a T. Especially just based off of this track, like, everything goes together really well. So I would love to explore Miku a lot more in the future. So with that said, a huge shout out to Miku. Thank you so much for this submission, my friend. Make sure you follow Miku on Spotify, and of course follow Miku on Twitter. They are approaching literally 240 followers, so make sure you go show Miku some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 sub-aroonies, so make sure you go show the Music Mondays channel some love. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. Make sure you go show these artists and the channel some love. That was great, man. That was great. Because like I said, we're not an organization or a media platform that is equipped with many staff members that speak other languages, right? We only have Aster, who's fluent in German as well. So I want to bridge that gap because I think that's like such a great thing. And I think there's there's like totally a space for, you know, like Music Mondays, like foreign submissions and things like that. Like I would love to expand on that to give like other underground scenes a home as well. But of course, we'll always continue to build what we have here. So, let's continue on, my friends. Up next, we got the homie, Mac 2 Times. Now, Mac has been really killing it this year. I'm actually very, very proud of Mac. Like, Mac has just come through and like really upped the game with their style, like again. So much like 2022. Max 2023 is going extremely well. Max submitted a track titled Mission. Not officially releasing, so the cover art is just some BS I put together. Alright, let's pop this open. Mac 2 Times Mission. This track was not found. Maybe it has been removed. Oh, Mac. I feel like this has been happening a lot. Like, this never used to happen to us. But, yeah. Damn. It could be a messed up private link. Yeah, nah. No matter how I open it. Damn. God damn it, Mac. Shit. Well, Mac, if you see this, be sure to resubmit next week, and we'll be happy to react to your brand new unreleased track, my friend. Yeah, like, I feel like that's been happening a lot recently. And I've just been like, oh, shit. You know what I mean? So, all Gucci. All Gucci. So, moving along, Up next, we got the homie TDG, otherwise known as Total Grave. TDG has been really killing it lately as well, to be honest with you. We've heard a lot of like throwback kind of classical tracks. We've had a lot of like newer tracks that are pushing TDG's normal style. So I'm definitely excited to get into this. TDG submitted a track titled When. Fraud performed, mixed and mastered by me. EP coming soon. Headed home. Tracks when eventually. Huh. So we got the whole box here from TDG. The whole box. The whole box, my friends. Okay. Fraud performed, mixed and mastered by me. Let's go, TDG. All right. Cover is interesting. We'll probably be able to get like a better scope of things when we listen to this track. So let's get into this exclusive unreleased TDG premiering on Music Mondays right now. When.
Wait, when we coming back? Shut up and enjoy the ride, kid. Yeah, hey, yeah, hey. I just left Earth, don't know when I'm coming back. Out of my mind, left the world, found where nothing's at. I'm alone on a cloud, I know I will come down. Wait, what'd you say it loud? Shut up, just wanna live now, not a dreamland. Not every definition has to have a meaning. The only thing that's definite is nothing's as it seems. Nothing big concrete, this really a nightmare. Not it seems, you can escape from dreamland. It won't give you peace. What is reason? What to believe in? What am I seeing? What is the meaning? What's the sign? Are the stars aligned? Hey, what's outside this box? What is real? What is not? Am I right? Am I wrong? This ain't even, I feel odd. In the flow, just go along. Flow too far. I got lost. Yeah. It ain't set in stone till death and bone. It ain't set in stone till death and bones. Yeah, yeah. It ain't set in stone till death and bones. I will be descending home. When I don't know. Hey, going down and slow, drowning, trying to flow, grounded down, rope, dialing on my hoe. Always scared of dying, paranoid I'm hiding. Ain't coming out today, I'm running far, far away. Every day the same as yesterday. I fall behind, but that okay. I'll catch up, knock me down, I'll get up. Just tired of being messed up, upset and fed up. I'm sick, but I hope it's just a cold, not a missing soul. I just left Earth, don't know when I'm coming back. Out of my mind, left the world, found where nothing's at. I'm alone on a cloud, I know I will come down. Wait, what'd you say it loud? Shut up, just wanna live now, not a dreamland. Not every definition has to have a meaning. The only thing that's definite is nothing's as it seems. Nothing big concrete, this really a nightmare. Not it seems, you can escape from dreamland. It won't give you. What? Well, hey, caught up in my mind, losing track of time, and I ain't using it right. Something took my mind, hey, give it back, that's mine. Clear my head, took the drive to nowhere. Yeah, so breathing in old air. Back, I don't wanna go there. Yeah, I just left Earth, don't know when I'm coming back. Out of my mind, left the world, found where nothing's at. I'm alone in the cloud, I know I will come down. Wait.
Hey, let's fucking get it. Holy shit. Wowie, wow. Let's go, TDG. All right. This is like, again, like, I think this is another one of those tracks where TDG's just pushing the fucking ceiling, man. TDG's really coming into their own style. So let's break this down. We're going to talk about three things here. We're going to talk about the instrumental. We're going to talk about vocals. We're going to talk about the overall theme of When. So, the instrumental, you know, it's really one of those instrumentals that could last all on its own because it's that well produced. Because The structure here is so well done. Like, it's really, really fucking well done. Structure when it comes to this instrumental is like, wow. Like I said, this instrumental could easily last on its own, like without a doubt. It just has that much personality. But deeper than that, I love the mix. I love the mix a lot. TDG mixed this as well as prod this instrumental, so really job well done, to be honest with you. I like the way this mix sounds a lot. But biggest thing for me for the instrumental is got to be the structure. The structure is easily the shining star, without a doubt. Let's talk vocals. Vocals were great, especially as far as the layout goes of the instrumental. Like, the instrumental had a wonderful structure, but to be able to lay out vocals on that is another different kind of beast, to be honest with you. So the fact that TDG was able to fully construct a song around this instrumental was awesome. Not that this instrumental was erratic, but I do think that it's different than your conventional kind of instrumental, and that is kind of like back to my original point where TDG is really coming into their own style and really pushing like their ceiling as an artist of what they like to do. You know what I mean? So it's always improving, it's always getting better, and that's what we love to see around here. We love to see that. So vocals are really stellar. Another talking point is got to be writing. TDG has another really good writing style when it comes to like being really organic and like honest with lyrics, but still keeping that passion and delivery and aggression, especially for something um as deeply intricate as this instrumental. The writing was just as intricate, if I'm being honest. So vocals are really well done. Let's talk overall theme here. Now, aesthetics. It definitely kind of looks like a stress cover. It looks like a stressful cover, but the song isn't stressful, and it is a temporary cover. So it's not like this is like final da 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 da. This is going on a project, so we can't really take it super like at face value because it's not fully out yet. So temporary cover, but the overall theme of when, I feel like, is interesting. Again, kind of a metaphor for what TDGs are feeling. Maybe within themselves and really like within their own life, because there's a couple of talking points here where um TDG is describing being on the outside or just not being there, essentially where everybody else is. And there's a lot of like interesting themes, but all in all, the songwriting here is really, really solid when it comes to TDG. Spitting like really constructive bars around this instrumental, like taking a smaller theme and really breaking it down and really developing a story of something so simple is really, again, what this track is all about. Like, you could break down smaller themes here or there, but I think songwriting skill and delivery is something that you could really talk about for quite a while when it comes to this. But with that said, huge shout out to TDG for letting us premiere this exclusive unreleased tracks. Make sure you follow TDG on SoundCloud. They are approaching 1.1 on SoundCloud, so go show TDG some love, my friends. And of course, make sure you follow TDG on Twitter. TDG is 10 away from 160, so make sure you go TDG some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 subaroonies, my friends. So go show these artists and the channel some love. Everyone killing it out here. Much love and thanks. Thank you for your submission, my friend. Much fucking love. Let's get it, chat. Let's fucking go, man. So, following TDG, we would have Cole Gerard, but Cole also submitted a music video, which it's been a while since we've seen a Cole music video, so I'm definitely excited for this one. But we have a couple more audio submissions to get through. I think like 4 more. So after we get through the rest of these audio submissions, we'll roll back around to Offspring and Cole for their visual submissions. So before we wrap back around to Cole, up next, we got the homie, Lil Lollipop. Now, Lil Lollipop really has a wonderful alternative style. We haven't gotten many submissions from Lil Lollipop. I think this will be the second or third. I'm not too sure. But let's dive into this. So they submitted a track titled Face Off. Prod Lil Lollipop. Cover is actually comedy. 11 days ago, so brand new. Absolutely brand new. Lil Lollipop, Face Off. Let's get into it.
Fuck the government and their policies. On smoking weed, pushed it 9/11 and now we have Pete Davidson. There's an Escalade outside my house, I should shut the fuck up before I die. Every day is the same now, I close the blinds and my plants die like fuck. What happened to the green thumb I used to have when I used to grow mushrooms? Made a song in my bedroom. Everybody like I hate this, I don't really give a fuck, dude. Honestly, I'm doing me better than you doing you. And please don't get it confused, 950 the crew. Don't tell me you love me right now, girl, I'm on my way to the moon. Money coming real soon, and that's for me and not you, I'm doing well, better than ever before. I whip a hearse cause I'm hitting the more. I don't mean today, but one day for sure. I'm a rapscallion, back in action, dirty bastard. Fuck the clans, fuck the clan that he served a Rico. Y'all ain't ready for that conversation. War crimes still going on, y'all worry about Kardashians. Or if Kanye crazy, well of course he is. He's rich as fuck and still put up with shit. Fuck cancel culture, I cancel that. Two wrongs that don't cancel out. Epstein is a prime example, he got snuff, now he got no answers. Welcome to corrupt America, where you can buy a dream. Same place to put you in prison just for smoking weed. Homeless population at his feet. Fentanyl is an epidemic. Superman even on that shit. Heard Lois Lane just kicked him out, now he's on the streets. Rumor has it he was crashing at Batman's, but Alfred was holding out.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. I did not expect an Epstein call out. Yeah, this was very anti-government-esque. So lots to dive into here. Let's break this down. So we're gonna talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about vocals, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of Face Off. So let's talk instrumental. Again, very much a almost darker style melody for sure. We've we've gotten a lot of like horror ambient kind of like, ethereal kind of melodies for sure. And this is right along those lines, but the mix is solid as well. It gives that kind of darker, creepier tone as well. So the mix for the instrumental is very solid. But I'd say the shining star are the drums. 100%. The drums are very prolific and like super memorable. I feel like these drums are like everything for this track. 100%. It keeps it like slightly bouncy, but doesn't like throw the seriousness of the track off. So the instrumental is very, very solid. Now, let's talk vocals here. I love the mix. The mix is very much it keeps like the monotone style, but it has a bit of attitude to it. It has a bit of like delivery. It has a bit of like a little bit of everything, which I really like about this mix, but it keeps like the laid back style. So the vocal mix is very solid. The delivery is excellent. The writing is like very interesting because it bounces around from a couple of different topics. We'll touch back on that when we talk about the theme. But the flow and cadence of it all really wrapped it up too. Like, this was very much a kind of like phase in, phase out kind of track. Like, clocking in at a minute 48, you pretty much hit all the check boxes and get everything you want. out of a track like this, especially if you enjoy Lil Olipop. You're definitely gonna enjoy a track like this. Just short, sweet, to the point, essentially. Um, but let's talk themes now. The aesthetics, you know, kind of went the route of like, you didn't want to go out and create a bunch of cover art, but you wanted to keep like a basic theme, or like kind of keep like a basic attractive cover. So you could always just use like a placeholder or something like this, as to where it's like super simple, but you don't it, it it's rememberable because it's so simple. The underground is very, very much built on things like that. There's a lot of classic tracks out there with like very bland or like normal, regular kind of covers that are absolutely fucking bangers. This is a very important style to me. So I always like the approach of like a simple ass cover if you didn't want to go and design something different. So the aesthetics are on point. The overall theme of Face Off is kind of interesting. It's very much like an aggressive kind of um. There's a lot of like rants in here that are very valid. You know what I mean? And it's not like there's a thing with tracks like this that a lot of people do where it kind of gets like corny and cringy if they talk about it in the wrong way. But I feel like Lil Olipop definitely presented a lot of controversial ideas and like a lot of like interesting um like talking points in a very digestible way, because there's a lot of artists that try to incorporate this kind of stuff into their music and just kind of make it really cringy and corny. But this is the way that you'd want to do it if you want to talk about, like governments and politics and, all sorts of like elements like that. It's about the presentation. And I do feel like Olipop definitely presented this in a lighter way, as to where it's pretty consumable for almost anybody around. You know what I mean? So that's what I love about this. But with that said, huge shout out to Lil Olipop, and make sure you follow Lil Olipop on SoundCloud. They are 10 away from 490. That's a great milestone. Make sure you follow Lil Olipop on Twitter. They are approaching 1.2K, so go show Lil Olipop some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 subroonies. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So go show the channel some love. And if you already have Wow. Okay. I just want to hear I can party to that part too, if I'm being honest. Like, let's fucking go, Troy. So let's break this down. Obviously, we have an instrumental here, so no vocals. We're gonna talk about the instrumental itself, and we're talking about the overall theme of I Can Party to That. Part one. Yeah. Troy has this whole modern dance, like house kind of pop vibe going on. Like it's like really solid. Like I've always been a fan of Troy's other styles, but this literally brought me to like 2005. Like this is definitely one of those crazy ass club songs from like the early 2000s, but it sounds much more modern and redefined and things like that. So I like this one a lot. I think this one really fucking nailed it for me. This is definitely one of my favorite Troy submissions. Let's talk mix though. The mix is very solid, especially with so many sounds going on in here. The mix is stellar, nice and crisp, to the point. I like the mix a lot. Shining Star, without a doubt, is the melodies and the sound selection. Deeper than that though, like the melodies are great, but the synths and like the sound selection themselves are like, wow. So Troy definitely has a knack for like this dance kind of house club style, and it's nice because it like pushes that experimental barrier slightly, which is always dope. So this instrumental is very solid. Let's talk theme. Aesthetically, Troy has this thing with like the earlier covers that are just very interesting choices, but they're always like straight and to the point. You have the Troy Van Dusen up top, I Know You at the bottom. So this could be from an album. I don't think it's from an album, but the cover is very interesting, to say the least, for sure. But the overall theme, I Can Party to That part one, perfect song choice. Like the title is like everything for this. Because it does remind you of like those like early 2000s club days. It definitely like is like such a dance vibe, it's not even funny. So I feel like as a producer, Troy absolutely nailed this track's title. Like without a doubt. So with that said, I cannot wait to hear part two. And huge shout out to Troy Van Dusen. Make sure you follow Troy on Spotify, and of course make sure you follow Troy on Twitter. Troy is approaching 790. Troy is one away from 790. So go show Troy some love, man. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel. We are approaching 110 sub-roonies. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. So go show these artists and the channel some love. If you already have, thank you. We see you. Dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. We see you and we thank you. Alrighty, my friends, 2 audio submissions left, and then we have 2 media submissions. Let's continue on. So, up next, we have an artist that we have not heard of, heard from in quite a while. Black Cash. And Black Cash embodies everything that is classical hip hop in a modern sense. So, All in the Way. I believe this is audio. Yeah, it's definitely audio, right? Yup. We got some audio for show. Produced by Hot Rounds. Okay. Huh. Got some love in the description as well. Or in the comments, I should say. Alright, we'll crank this up. Let's get it. Black Cash, All in the Way.
Hey, excuse me a little bit. Hey, get the fuck out my way, man. Garbage ass. What the fuck are y'all doing, man? Excuse me, let me get... Y'all niggas all in the way.
Holy shit.
Y'all niggas all in the way. Y'all niggas all in the way. Y'all niggas all in the way. Move the fuck out my way, bitch. 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 Ain't talking about shit in your raps. Yeah, they heard the shit once, but they ain't spinning it back. Bars all cap, fantasies on the track. Nigga, hold this L, you ain't winning with that. 80s baby from the era of crack. I got a cold ass flow, grab a sweater and cap. When I hear nigga rap, I start taking a nap. That is
What the fuck?
Call me Big Dookie Black, cause I'm shitting on these niggas. Wipe my ass with your music. I don't need no toilet tissue. If you think you won't smoke, nigga, come and get your issue. Got that asthma pump, pocket rocket in the missile. Red beam to make sure I don't miss you. You gone, ain't nobody gonna miss you. Take your trash ass flow and subliminal bars with you. I just crop them out the frame and I ain't gotta take a picture. Humble yourself, you are not that high. Pipe down, you are not that fly. Vision ain't clear, you don't got that eye. Stop acting all tough, you are not that guy. The ones that fuck with me, salute. Y'all know I be spitting the truth. Break my foot off in the weak ass rapper in a minute. Come and stomp a nigga out, let me lace up my boots. Y'all niggas all in the way. 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 Move the fuck out my way, bitch. 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 Light work and I barely broke a sweat. Y'all be lying to the fans, so you get no respect. Well, Caesar, you can call me a vet. I can walk between the raindrops and not get wet. If it beats, well then pass me the broccoli. Your boss got no structure, your flow is just sloppy. Y'all trying to sing y'all some flows of a copy. I don't see the reason why most of you cocky. Hip hop dead and y'all the ones that killed it. Tap in, let your ears hit this real shit. Paraplegic with no hands, you gotta feel this. My flow cut through and that's nothing you can deal with. I beat up these foozies like Desi. Bully on the track, yeah, these rappers are wedgie. Just not a threat, I ain't even concerned. Fuck all these nerds, give them Indian burns. Soft ass emo rappers be acting girly. Open the toilet and get these niggas a swirly. School of hard knocks, keeping shit on lock. I never let these outsiders violate our block. You think you won't smoke, you got Anna, bitch. I roll up and smoke you like cannabis. That auto-tune can't fix it up. Stay the fuck out the booth, cause your music suck. Whole lot of bluffing and internet texting. Dropping addresses and pictures with weapons. Catching charge for the clout. Shit is lame once you figure it out. My brothers, we stepping like Q's ain't no cappers. I push them aside when they come to these rappers. The nerve of these niggas ain't even the same. Garbage ass rappers, they fuck up the game. Y'all niggas all in the way. 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 Move the fuck out my way, bitch. 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 Y'all niggas all in the way. Yeah, I had to hop back up in this bitch. Y'all niggas all due to the shit I have been hearing. Salute to my nigga Kid Cosmo. Move the fuck out my way, bitch. Move the fuck out my way, bitch. I'm back in this bitch, nigga. Move the fuck out my way, bitch. New music on the way.
Holy shit. Oh, that dropped on my birthday. November 24th. Holy shit. Yeah, so that was about 2 months ago. Wow. Holy fuck. That was nuts. That was easy 10 out of 10. Like, there is way too much, like, wow. Alright. Alright. Okay. So, we're just gonna have to break this right down. Let's talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of All in the Way. So, the instrumental is one of my favorite parts about this track. This is a really great choice by Black Cash, and Hot Rounds literally fucking destroyed this instrumental. The mix is very, very solid. I love the mix on this. Especially the 808s are easily the shining star for me. The 808s are like a whole nother melody in this track. And they just do it so much justice. So much justice. Like I said, the mix is very solid as well, though. Everything punches through nicely. The 808s are nice and super muddy, but they're not like overbearing or anything like that. That's what I love. But the instrumental, I love this choice. It just keeps that like grimy vibe, but Black Cash comes in and destroys this. So the instrumental, very solid. I love the 808 100%. Just a very solid choice. This producer literally destroyed this. But let's talk vocals. So vocals are kind of interesting on this because the mix is super crispy, but I think the main talking point that's very important here is the writing and flow. Like the writing and flow was like you could feel the passion and emotion from Black Cash. And Black Cash was throwing shots at everything and everybody. You know what I mean? Inside of music, outside of music. Like, this was the ultimate, like, fuck it energy. Like, for sure. Like, sit down, write a song, and just say fuck it. And just let that shit fly. I feel like this was almost Black Cash getting some emotions out as well. You know what I mean? Like there was almost like a lot of shots to like so many things that I was like, oh damn. Like this motherfucker's going in. So yeah, the writing was something else, but I'd say the shining star here was easily the delivery. Like the delivery like made this, because anybody could have written like a really aggressive, crazy song, but it takes one to like level it up and really deliver it in the way that it's meant to be delivered. And Black Cash did exactly that. Like I feel like this delivery was wow. Especially clocking in at 3:15, you get pretty much everything you'd want out of a Black Cash track, without a doubt. So instrumental, very, very solid. Vocals, very, very solid. Let's talk theme. Aesthetically, the cover absolutely matches the overall vibe of the track, down to the sound. Simplistic cover, but does it justice for sure. Especially with the Air Forces and the ammo on it. I feel like it nails the vibe, like without a doubt, nails the vibe. So the cover's on point. The overall theme, all in the way, is like, you know, the relatively simple phrase of, you know, everybody kind of being in the way or like people doing too much or anything like that, but Black Cash really doubles down on this and starts specifically throwing punchlines at like so many different aspects of music, life, things like that. So all in the way was, like I said, almost a kind of way to vent frustration, almost, you know what I mean? And vent just truly about things that, you know, Black Cash doesn't rock with, doesn't vibe with, things like that. And this was a very much like from the heart emotional kind of track, except in the aspect that Black Cash was just fuck it. You know what I mean? Just fuck it. And it was so well constructed. So with that said, a huge shout out to Black Cash. Make sure you follow Black Cash on YouTube. They are 3 subs away from 170. And of course, make sure you follow Black Cash on Twitter. They are literally super close to 2.5K. Super close. So go show Black Cash some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 subaroonies, so go show the channel some love, my friends. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel, so go show up to the channel. And if you have, dropping likes, dropping comments, dropping subs, all that good stuff, we see you and we appreciate you. So, Jane Chambers actually does not follow the Music Mondays homepage. So, unfortunately, Jane, we will not be reacting to your submission. So, feel free to go drop the Music Mondays homepage a follow, and we'll be happy to react to your track next week on the show. Because, like I said, we won't ever charge for submissions, articles, playlists, things like that. So that's all we do ask, is that you help grow the platform and drop us a follow before you submit. But with that said, our last, but certainly not least, audio submission. Entra, who has actually been in the chat, got a work in progress instrumental that I'd love feedback on. It's been through so many versions. Now, Entra, I believe, made SoundCloud Sunday this past yesterday, but we have not reacted to anything from them on the podcast. So I'm definitely excited for this. cover hits 100%, especially with the, oh my god, yeah, no, that filter's great. That filter's actually really great on this. There will be vocals on this entire song. Prod me, vocals me, mix, rough mix. Okay, let's get it. First time submission, Entra, Imposter Syndrome. This beat's hard as fuck. Wow. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Wow. Y'all think this is a good album cover? I definitely, like, I could see it as an album cover for sure, but I am so fucking impressed. What? What? Alright. Alright. This was not. It just wasn't. I don't know what I was expecting, to be honest, but this is very impressive. Prod me, vocals me, mix, like, wow. Okay. Holy shit. Trying to create something I'll be proud of. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I was not expecting that. All right. But yeah, I could totally see that as an album cover. But I'm actually kind of blown away. Okay. So, let's break this down. We'll touch on a little bit of vocals, but we're definitely going to talk about the instrumental. We'll talk about vocals for a second, and then we'll talk about the overall theme. of Imposter Syndrome. So, wow. All right, so the instrumental itself, right? I love the mix. Right off rip, I love the mix. Usually sometimes people can, do too much with the mix. People can go, overboard, da 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 da, not really be too constructive with mixes of sounds like this. And I feel like this hit every box for me, like for sure. The mix is very stellar when it comes to the instrumental. The drums and every sound selection for the melodies is like really on point. It's giving me like older kind of alternative pop vibes, and I really like that. It kind of reminds me of like the earlier Seattle sound, just slightly, but the synths are really what's doing it for me. Um, so the instrumental is very stellar, like very very stellar, especially when it comes down to the structure as well. For 325, I do feel like it doesn't get repetitive at all. It rides all the way through very nicely, to be honest, and switches up in the perfect places. Vocals. As Entra said, there will be vocals on the entire song. So the sections that there were vocals on, I could see the vision immediately. Like I could easily see how this song is gonna pan out already. So whatever direction you're going in, keep going in it. Because it like you could just hear where it's gonna go. So keep going in this direction because the vocals are gonna be stellar. Like if you keep doing them in this fashion, 100%. 100%. So keep riding this out because it's gonna be angelic yet very much in your face, very bouncy. So vocals are very good. That's a very good start. Let's talk the overall theme though. Aesthetically, like I said, I love this cover. Kind of like has like the little bit of analog style, but leaves a bit of element of mysteriousness, slightly like it just keeps the aura of it all, to be honest with you. And I'm always a fan of like nature covers. So maybe I'm a bit biased, but cover's perfect. Imposter Syndrome, right? I do feel like the title is something that, if you've done a lot of one thing in your life and you just kind of always do it, you're going to come into like some form of imposter syndrome throughout your whole life. Usually everybody does. And it's an insane feeling, you know what I mean? And I would love to see how this track pans out and how Proud of Me as a title or Imposter Syndrome. I think either one could work once you fully lay out the rest of the track. That's actually what I was just about to say was Imposter Syndrome, the actual theme, will probably pan out the more as you record and lay down your vocals on this. But for right now, I love where this is going. Like I really, really love where this is going. Exclusive unreleased Entra, by the way. So that was the first time you're hearing it on the Music Mondays podcast, my friends. You cannot find this anywhere else. But with that said, huge shout out to Entra. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Make sure you follow Entra on SoundCloud. They're 7 away from 250. That's a great, great milestone. And of course, make sure you follow Entra on Twitter. They are 5 away from 30 followers. Another great milestone. Much, much fucking love, my friend. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 110 subscribers. So go show these artists and the channel some love. Very kind words and awesome feedback. My pleasure. Our pleasure. Of course. Keep absolutely doing your thing. That direction, without a doubt, is the way you want to be going, especially if you're enjoying yourself. Keep going, for sure, without a doubt. So, my friends, that about does it for audio submissions, and we have 2 media submissions to end off your night. Up next, we have the homie Offspring Mysterious, the multi-talented designer, artist, literally so many, like, producer, editor. Offspring is one of the most interesting creatives we have seen on the Music Mondays podcast. But Offspring submitted Music Art Mental Breakdown, and another edition of Music Art which is almost like a music video, but sort of not really. It's in the fashion of an Offspring Mysterious kind of upload. So let's get into this. Okay, hold on. So let's 1080p this. Let's bump up the sound. And let's dive right into this. Offspring Mysterious Music Art Mental Breakdown. What a show. I completely agree. Show is actually nuts. Ah, shit. The timing. Damn. Damn. Dude. Offspring the GOAT. No bullshit. What the fuck? What a show. I agree. Welcome, Offspring, by the way. I hope you're well. Happy Monday, my friend. Offspring is indeed the GOAT, though. This was like, wow. Okay, so Mental Breakdown was obviously the song used here, but I feel like Offspring is getting so creative now. Like, so fucking creative when it comes to these visuals. And I gotta say again, music art as a concept is really, really solid. Like, really, really fucking solid. Like, it's a way of combining Offspring's long form editing with a lot of Offspring's regular tracks. So Mental Breakdown is here, and it's not even like it's still brand new. Like, this went absolutely fucking crazy. Okay, so we're gonna talk about two things here. We're talking about the instrumental, we'll talk about the visual. The instrumental itself, absolutely shining star, has got to be the melody. The melody is like everything in this track, especially when you consider the track title Mental Breakdown. A fucking one. But Offspring's drums are another talking point here when you want to talk about the instrumental itself. So the melody and the drums are like everything in this, but it definitely contributes to the overall like ethereal ambient kind of style for Offspring. So yeah. This is a perfect instrumental when you want to consider the almost slightly scary theme that you would have going on here. But let's talk visual, because this is something. This is fucking something. Especially when it comes to like mental breakdowns and things like that. This was like perfect. Especially when you consider all the characters in Offspring Mysterious and the whole world of Offspring Mysterious, right? Like, this was really well done, and the storytelling is just getting better and better when it comes to Offspring, I'm not gonna lie. Like, the storytelling is like, yes. Like, yes. So I'm very excited for Offspring to keep these up. I noticed that Offspring has been really continuously uploading them, and what's been great is you can tell that people are enjoying them, and not just us here at the show. So, Offspring, you gotta keep doing these. Like, I would do one for every single fucking track you have, because this is a great, great concept, and it's probably less taxing. And you could save, like, big ideas for your long-form content. So, this is really well done. Really, really well done. Again, way ahead of you. Me and Offspring really have, like, the same vision for Offspring Mysterious. Like, that's what I love. Like, Offspring is, like, really, like, on the right track when it comes to all this content, and it's just gotten better and better. Every single track I've released, already done. Let's go. Let's fucking go, Offspring. That's what I like to hear, man. That's what I like to fucking hear. See, this. And per usual, right? You guys know the drill. If you're going to take anything from Offspring Mysterious, make sure that you're never letting anything stop you. Offspring is completely DIY, from editing to filming to production to literally curating ideas. Offspring is completely DIY. Probably some help with some homies here or there, but for the most part, it's all Offspring. So remember that when, you say you can't do something or da-da-da-da-da, take it from Offspring, then you can do whatever the fuck you want. With that said, a huge shout out to Offspring Mysterious. Make sure you go sub to Offspring on YouTube. Offspring is at exactly 100, so go sub so he doesn't go below 100. And of course, make sure you follow Offspring on Twitter. Offspring is literally one away from 840, so go show Offspring Mysterious some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 110, so go sub to the channel. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. And a huge shout out to anybody that already has subbed to the channel. I see you. We see you. Thank you for the comments, the likes, the whole 9. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Oh shit, I got 100 subscribers. You indeed got 100 subaroonies, my friend. Good for you. Good for you. We got to make sure we keep you over that hump. Definitely. Let's fucking get it, Offspring. Thank you for the submission, homie. Alrighty, my friends. Last, but most certainly not least, the homie, Cole Girard. Now, Cole is not only a multi-talented artist, from engineering to a little bit of production to vocals, but Cole is also a master genre blender, for sure, especially in some of the earlier Cole Girard submissions. But Cole submitted the official music video for Level Up. And we are most definitely going to take a look at this, because Level Up was a track that we have reacted to here on the show. So what better way to finish off Level Up than reacting to the official Level Up music video. Let's take a look. Now this is a Cole banger right here, chat. If you haven't heard this, the classic PS2 vibes.
I may not be around next time you crying. Yeah, these facts not facts. Be the change I wanna see. I'm trying, more or less. Some of this shit I care about more than the rest. Sometimes I keep fucks when I shouldn't. Drive
text when I shouldn't.
Damn, the end. Well done. Well done. That was such a good edit. That was a really, really good edit. That was fucking dope. Shout out Baby Azul, man. Prod Hidden per usual. Now, Level Up was a track that we had already reacted to here on the show, so I'm down to talk about this visual. SXX clip crazy. I know that sample. TDG, let's get it, baby. I know that song you sampled, and it's lit. Gone Bananas, what's good? Hope you're well, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Happy Monday. Love this hook so much. Oh, I'm sure you do, Mark. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do, my friend. But, no, it really is catchy, though. It really is catchy, 100%. Like I said, so we've reacted to Level Up, I think before it even got released, or it just got released. So it's always a pleasure to be able to follow up on the visuals that people do. So feel free to submit your visuals as well. Like, even though we've reacted to the track already, if you submit the visual, it gives us to react to your track again and talk about something different. So with this visual, Baby didn't go too crazy as far as like needing to outsource for like a bunch of clips or things like that. I feel like this is one of those edits where you could start from like maybe 30 minutes worth of footage and you could get a lot out of this, right? You have a lot of video game variety here, a couple fighting games. You got Mario, like Mark mentioned, you have SSX, and just the subtle transitions and the smaller filters really make or break an edit like this. And like, I'm sure this wasn't like super taxing either. So like, if you're an artist out there and you're like, you know, how do I do this? How do I get more visuals? How do I I can't film. You know, if you weren't in the mood to film an IRL music video, this is the way to do it. You know what I mean? AMVs used to be much more popular. I mean, they are still popular, but going the more different route with whatever kind of footage you use, whether it be video game footage, it could be people use all kinds of footage, but as far as Level Up goes, I feel like it's obviously a big play on like the track title, right? You know, leveling up in video games, you know, Mario, like, you get the gist there. But as far as this edit goes itself, I feel like it went really well with Level Up. Just because, like I said, the subtle edits, the transitions, and the fact that everything used was like super retro. Like, there wasn't much modern shit in here. Like, I love the fact that pretty much the majority of this is very much retro. So I do feel like Baby did a really good job at this. And even Paper Mario. Paper Mario is a classic too. Yeah, see, like, these are always a joy to watch. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I always did them, and I always try to tell my artists to, you know, come up with ideas for them and things like that, because they work, man, and they're not taxing and they're fun, you know what I mean? And it's fun for your supporters to have something to go watch, you know what I mean? So I encourage you all to take something from this and take something from Cole and go start firing up that fucking, you know, Adobe Premiere. Go do whatever the fuck you gotta do, bro. Because these work, you know what I mean? These work, and they go really well with literally any song. So, well done. Well fucking done, my friend. Huge shout out to Cole Gerard. Make sure you go sub to Cole's channel. Cole's literally 4 subs away from 20, so go show Cole some love, my friends. And of course, make sure you follow Cole Gerard on Twitter. Cole is 8 followers away from 50, so make sure you go show Cole some love, my friends. Make sure you show him some love. And that about does it for all the submissions of tonight, my friends. That concludes episode 107. Huge shout out to anybody that came through, showed love tonight. Huge shout out to everybody that submitted. Shout out to Lil Caesars, Seasons, Rain, Saint Wave, Bloodcat, Heavy Metaphors, Skino, SLM, Mark, Convini, Surge, Blank Thought, Offspring, Miku, Mac, even though your track was deleted, TDG, Cole, Lil Olipop, Troy, Black Cash, Antra, anybody else that has submitted over the past couple of weeks. But as far as 107 goes, I appreciate you guys. And huge shout out to anybody that was in the stream showing love tonight as well, per usual. We had a lot of heads in here tonight, so thank you for all the love, man. Like, you guys are fucking amazing. Like, truly. The podcast is going to keep leveling up. Music Mondays is going to keep leveling up. You guys kind of know my vision for this, man. Like, you guys know what I'm trying to create here, and we're slowly doing it. We're doing shit a bit different than everybody's used to when it comes to, you know, typical underground media organizations and shit like that, bro. Like, we're really going above and beyond to make sure that we give you guys, like, the platform. Like that means a lot to me. And, without you guys' support, none of that is really... It just doesn't work out. You know what I mean? So, I try my hardest to make sure that we give you guys everything that you need at little to no cost for the underground. That's the goal of this. And long after I'm gone and long after all the staff is gone, Music Mondays is going to be here for newer artists. And that's everything to me. You know what I mean? Same thing with all my mutuals and my friends. Like, this is forever. So, just thank you guys for all the love. And on behalf of the staff, thank you guys as well. So, with that said, over the next couple of days, you'll see our new drops coming through. Expect a staff design showcase. Expect a new article on Friday. Expect a new staff member announcement. Expect a whole lot of good stuff this week, man. So if you're not following us on socials for the latest Music Mondays updates, make sure you do so. !MM in chat, or you can go out to @AllMusicMondays. If you're interested in submitting for episode 108, submissions go live tomorrow. So be on the lookout for that. And of course, again, make sure you follow us on Twitter if you're interested in submitting. So, expect a whole lot of new stuff this week, like I said. And then there is a couple of things that we're really diving into as far as the new content pieces, and making sure the staff brings their elements of expertise as well. So, like I said, just follow us for updates. Expect updates on Facecam within the next couple of days as well. So, podcast is always growing, my friends. We're always improving. And huge shout out to you guys once again. Make sure you follow Music Mondays on all platforms @AllMusicMondays. Make sure you guys stay safe, submit. You guys know the drill. You can stream Music Mondays on anchor.fm/allmusicmondays to go play us on Spotify, all that good shit. I'm looking for somebody to host, but there's literally nobody on. So go show somebody some love. Thank you guys for coming through. And of course, before I get off, I want to give a big fat smooch to King motherfucking Mark for coming through and kicking off the stream with a motherfucking 5-bomb, man. That was really, really, really generous of you. And thank you for supporting the platform, my friend. Thank you very much. Entra, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream and family. Blank Thought, Lil Lollipop, welcome as well. Glad to have you guys on board. But with that said, it's your boy Zomp Slays. I'll see you guys next week for episode 108. Follow Music Mondays on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter for all the latest Music Mondays updates. We're here every Monday. The greatest underground podcast on planet Earth. We'll see ya.